All right. Happy New Year. Welcome to 2025. As is what we do now, on the first meeting of each quarter, we hold a public forum. So, council, at this time, I will call for a motion to approve the agenda for the January 8th, 2025 public forum.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Is anyone in the audience here that would like to speak to the council? John Olson. It's good to see you.
Mayor, council, it's not right to have a public forum and then not have anybody show up to talk. So I'll just come up and tell you thank you for all the good work last year and representing the citizens, and wish you well in 2025. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Big
Thanks,
John.
John.
And we appreciate all your service, you and Melanie as well. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Seeing nobody, I will close the public comment and call for a motion to adjourn the public forum.
So made, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy,
Second.
second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The public forum is closed until the first meeting of quarter number 2. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. We are here at the Washington City Council Chamber scheduled workshop meeting. We have a few items on the agenda this evening. First order of business is approving this agenda. Council, I'll look to you for a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates to approve the workshop agenda.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. The first order of business is a secondary water irrigation master plan, and our Assistant Public Works Director, Lester Dalton, will present and address the council with help as necessary.
So,
Yes.
Mayor, I'm just going to declare that the firm I work for prepared this irrigation master plan.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councilman Coates.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Dalton, Mr. Fonsbeck, welcome.
Good evening, council, or afternoon still. We're not quite to evening, but it's close. This has been a long process for us down Public Works to work through this. We've tried to create a document that's kind of a holistic approach to a plan for secondary irrigation in Washington City. It doesn't really carry us all the way through and say, you know, this is ultimately where we're going to end up. We know that there's just no way we're going to land anywhere near what the plan is, but it is a plan. And it gives us a document to begin working toward, phase by phase, piece by piece, and at least have some kind of guidance as we move forward and the growth continues. And, you know, we try and encompass the existing Washington City and be able to provide a secondary source of water. I think the council and mayor are very aware how critical water is in our area, in our region right now. The harsh reality is we're running out of culinary water, and any water that we can use, we need to be utilizing it to its best potential. Washington City has a significant amount of water that is perfectly usable for irrigation purposes. We've got some existing systems that can be easily expanded on, and you know, just hoping to get an approval from a document. This is the first time council's seen this document. I believe you've had it since about mid-December. Hopefully everybody's got a chance to read it and fall asleep a few times and start back up on it. I've got DeLoss Hammond with Alliance Consulting here. They're the ones that helped us put this document together. He's got a slide presentation prepared for you. And at the end of the day, he's got a lot of the answers, and hopefully any of them that he doesn't have, that you guys have got, I'm sure you've got a lot of questions. Kind of like to get through the presentation, maybe that'll answer some of them, and just kind of have an open discussion with the council and get some ideas. Maybe we hit it spot on, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. We just need to get some additional direction and hopefully a thumbs up, and we can move forward toward adoption on it. But with that, I'll introduce DeLoss. Blake may have a couple of things he wants to say first.
Yeah, I
So-
just wanted to say this
Blake.
is an incredibly complicated plan. Worked on it quite a bit over the last year, and just wanted to say that as you look at this plan, this really, like Lester said, gives us a basis to be able to then look for opportunities, to be able to pull those things in, to be able to knit everything together to work in the best way that we can and to use that water the most effectively. I just wanted to say, don't get, a lot of times when these kind of things, everybody gets caught up in what's the bottom line? What's the bottom number? How much is it gonna cost? Those estimates there are not necessarily, this is giving us a plan. We may or may not eventually do all of those things, but this gives us a starting point, gives us opportunities to be able to move forward. So I was gonna say, don't spend too much time getting caught up in the numbers, the dollar signs, so to speak, in that sense, because this is really not, we're not gonna come back and say, hey, so we want a bond for this whole thing and get it done in 3 years. This is something that's going to be happening over a period of time and really just gives us a direction. So just something to look at as we were looking at it and reviewing it, like, well, but when you start looking at what you have to bite off on some of those things to get to those, we're trying to get something so that we can, there's some low-hanging fruit that we can take care of now, but to take care of it without a full plan, and it's hard to justify. Why did you do that? Why did you go this direction? Why didn't you do my neighborhood first? So it's really being able to tie these elements together and say, these are the things we can do at first to get going and to start making some progress. And every bit that we help with and that we reduce in our usage of culinary, that's just more that helps us as future development and growth. That's all I had to say.
Well said. Thank you, Blake. DeLoss, take it away.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As they said, I'm DeLoss Hammond with Alliance Consulting. I'm the principal engineer there. And we've been very excited to work on this project. It's actually been, I think, well over a year that we've been working with Lester and Blake and the rest of the city staff. I think Jeremy even had quite a bit of those meetings early on. And so we're excited to be here and present some of the findings and the direction that we recommend that you go. We have prepared a small slideshow in comparison to the whole document. As Blake said, it is complicated, and we've tried to come out of it from several different perspectives, and we're happy to stop and talk about any one of those perspectives, including the political aspect. If you want to get into that, or if you want to save, there's the technical, there's the political, there's the water rights, there's the wet water, there's the piping, there's the storage, and then there's the water consumption. So if that works for you, then we would go through the slides, and I would also encourage any questions at the time of the slide. I think it would probably be just as I think informative to do that. If we have a better slide down there, I can mention it, that we'll have an opportunity to look at it sooner. So if that format works, then I think we're dialed in here to.
That sounds great, yes.
Oh yeah, Steve's right on it. Okay. I'll get going here, see if I can. Yeah, it's up, good. We broke it down, as we described generally, into 5 components that we want to establish the baseline for growth. So we needed a plan that utilized today existing conditions and then what it would be into the future. And then the secondary water resources. So this is more of, hey, what irrigation water does the city currently have available to fulfill the future need, or for that matter, the current need? I think everybody is familiar with the ditch system, and that historically has been, I'd say, the fabric of Washington City from the beginning of time, or literally from the beginning of the city. And it's important, it was made very clear to us that we needed to respect that, and that we would be designing a system that would augment that. So a way of saying that is we would not interrupt that. We weren't going to go take that first and say, oh, look at this great resource, let's go spread it out across the whole city. It was more of, okay, we want to develop a system that we can maybe utilize any of the tailwater or the water that's currently not being utilized by that system. And then in the future, those recipients or the people that are currently on that system may or may not choose to be part of the culinary water system. The irrigation water system, the pressurized irrigation water system. And then number 3, you say that we are evaluating the current components. And the reason we say components is that we feel like that one of those, the water resource is a component, obviously. Storage is a component. And then there was some foresight years ago with the city requiring new development to install dry irrigation lines. And we've documented where those lines are and what size they are in an attempt to really formalize it, that we could put that into our models to model the future culinary water that would be associated with those versus the irrigation water that we could use if we could get the transmission lines to those and reclaim the culinary.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
As we're talking about water, right? Water rights north of the river are different than water rights south of the river and different zones. Can we have one system, or do we have to have like separate systems to maintain the water rights to those separate areas?
We can have one system and we can have commingled storage, but we have to have very detailed monitoring or metering of each individual water source or the water right.
Because I know the sewer, even on the sewer system, the water that comes out of the sewer treatment plant has to go back to where it originated from.
Sure.
In large part.
That's another component we can talk about. We've categorized from previous reports and from the state website water rights that are available to the city, and we're engineering consultants. We're not attorneys, so we've made our best attempt at categorizing them and actually inventorying them. We feel like that we've had in other projects, we've had a fair amount of experience doing it. So we know that it's going to be mostly right, but we would certainly encourage the city to have that verified with the water rights attorneys. So that, and certainly as we move forward and secure more water rights and check this inventory back and forth, because we'll get into it a little later here, but one of the challenges is you have the water right, so you have a paper right, but is there wet water available? And so, we're more of the practical side. Okay, we need the wet water. And so we've made that distinction in the report that says, okay, here's the paper, we're calling it paper water. Here's the water rights, and then here's the wet water that we can actually put in a pipe and deliver to a homeowner. Makes sense? Then we've talked about identifying anything else that's required, whether it's going to be storage or additional water or pipes or pumps and pressure zones. And then the 5th item was to identify the initial system and the project, and so that we had a phasing or feasibility component that we could take each project by project. And then the council and staff could say, okay, hey, this dollar amount makes sense for the value that we're going to receive. And what's interesting is that sometimes those, you always, I think, I think this group completely understands that. But sometimes it's not necessarily driven by dollar per dollar value, but there's a political component that goes with it. And that's something that we're trying to recognize and not run from it, and give enough information in the document that you're informed and you can ask staff the questions that are relative to that, and have an informed and defendable position. So. With that, we've organized the city into 14 different zones, or broken it down to a way that we can actually manage it. As described before with Blake, there's no way that there's one size fits all for a city of this size. And so we've broken it down to where you can work within that quadrant, or in this case, there's 14 of them. And we have a map, so maybe we'll go over to that. And this is it. Let's see if we can get back in there a little bit. And you can see that we've started on the northeast corner and just worked our way clockwise down to the south side. And so number 1 is basically Green Springs, and number 14 is the airport, circling back. And one thing that's kind of a distinction is that the report calls out these different spring systems that have their own names, but they cross over into these different districts because they cross pressure zones. So when we had to go from a flood system to a pressurized system, and they're not going to match up on their boundaries. So this was the backbone of that, to say, okay, here we are. We can organize ourselves to a point that we can have a discussion about each zone, and these zones or districts are essentially tied to topography. There's a topography component. If you see there, Coral Canyon and Sienna Hills are right through there is split because there's the Black Ridge, and then as you see, they get bigger as they get south because the land's flatter. All right, so if we go back, we also get these zoomed up here. We talked about the city having requiring the existing, what is now existing dry pipes from developers in the years past, and as a consequence, nearly a quarter of the city has a dry irrigation system, which we thought was very significant. Technically it's 27%, but we thought that would be an important element to highlight that says, hey, you're not starting from ground zero, from good management recommendations in the past, that you actually have a really significant start on the distribution component of the irrigation system. Okay, the pressure zones were defined to mimic the culinary zones, so that when we made a transition to a homeowner, they didn't experience a significant difference in pressure, or either high, so blow their system up, or low, and what they were accustomed to, so they felt like that they were getting a substandard project delivered to them. On the recommendation of Lester, which I thought was really insightful, we've added a pressure zone that essentially it added a pressure zone to the city by keeping the pressure irrigation between 5 and 10 pounds lower than the culinary water system, so that it would greatly reduce the potential for cross-contamination. That there'd be difficult to, we know that there's the potential for it to happen, and so we're trying to minimize it when it does. And so if they did inadvertently connect the irrigation system to the culinary system would have a higher pressure and would overpower the irrigation system. So and I think we've been fairly successful in doing that. There's only a couple areas in the city that we weren't able to do that. So wanted to mention that, thought that was significant. This is a exhibit. Let me zoom out here. that we found very, very interesting to document your 27%. So this highlights where those existing dry irrigation lines are in the city.
It's interesting too, because it shows the growth
Yeah,
post 2006.
exactly. Just anybody that's familiar with the growth knows that that's where it is. And then,
Ask a question? I always, when I see the purple pipes coming out of the ground, I always think, I know some of those are like 20 years old. Do you guys anticipate like when you power it up, some spots where it's deteriorated? Maybe. I mean, I always think of that when I see those purple pipes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You've seen some of them squiggly sprinklers the kids like to play in. Some of these areas will be like that.
I guess you never know till you,
It's going to be one
crank up
piece at a
the-
time.
yeah.
Most of them pipes that you're seeing sticking up out of the ground are on the customer side, and it's just there for location. It would never
Yeah.
be intended to be hooked up to. We'd always be hooking up with whatever's below grade. But even at that.
so
you know,
I'm
it's-
just wondering, like below the grade, is there some deterioration that happens over?
We shouldn't have any real
Not too bad.
deterioration per se, but they have been at risk. We did leave the pipes when they were installed. They were left full of water, but they were not pressurized.
Yeah,
So hopefully any damages that were done from other excavations in the area, stuff like that. We did get a few that we were notified on, but I can pretty much guarantee you we're going to have some
have a
that
few spots.
we weren't notified on, and we turn water to it, and we find it bubbling up in the middle of the road, and
Yeah,
it's gonna,
okay.
it'll be fun, one
Sure.
piece at a time.
yeah, I think that's definitely something to be cognizant of. But yeah, the likelihood of connecting the pipes and having it all work out at once is pretty low. Pretty low. Okay. Our next exhibit here is showing the pressure zones. And I think that, here again, you that are familiar with the city from a topography position, it makes sense that we're starting on the north and working our way to the south, and the zones get bigger as you go further south because the land's flatter. And let's see, I'll move on here. One thing that's interesting about this that I'll point out with this from the pressure zones, it's coming from the north. Any zone on the north could supply water to a zone south because it's at a higher pressure zone. So if we magically had a lot of water storage to the north, then that would be an ideal place for it because you would just be able to use a PRV and let it into the subsequent zones. So a big pond at the airport would not be near as useful as a big pond in Green Springs or Salente.
DeLoss, I'm trying to remember, with the Solente, are there ponds that you identified in your study that are planned for Solente? It seems like there was discussion on that as they went through the entitlement process.
Yes, there was actually extensive discussion, which really kickstarted the whole irrigation conversation. And there was two types of storage identified, open pond storage and a tank. And we have that, kind of quantified in one of our exhibits coming here. So we'll point that out particularly when we get to it.
That'd be great.
We'll skip to this pretty quickly. This study was pretty much modeled in three different ways. We had the connections of what would it take to fire up or to put water in all those dry pipes. We modeled that. That's one scenario. We thought that would be very useful to know. So what do we have to do to get the 27% with water in it? That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is what do we need to do to, after we've done scenario one, so we've included scenario one, we identified all of the existing land that is developable. And so there's a lot of land left, but there's also a lot of land that's undevelopable or less likely to be developed. And so this was quite an extensive process that we went through from a land planning perspective. We didn't just take the land and put the zone on it because we knew some of that zoning was relative to open space. It's a holding zone. So we went to the land use master plan that the city has and the zoning plan and combined them and came back and says, hey, this is what we think are a probable scenario based on percentages of the existing system of what the future would look like. And then we documented that and we have an exhibit for it. And that's how we calculated the water and the water demands for it. And we've included that in scenario 2. And then scenario 3 was scenario 1, scenario 2 included, and adding the existing houses that don't have a dry pipe in front of them now, but they're using culinary water. So that, we figured that was the last component of the city that we would want to go after because it's the most expensive. So it's the highest cost for the least amount of return. Yes.
DeLoss, you said to just jump in when we had a question. So when we're talking secondary water, we're typically using this for outside irrigation. And I know there's a lot of what ifs and how to's with the holding of the water and the distribution of the water. But considering the fact that a lot of the water that's south of the Pod Tempe and especially down in the fields, a lot of that is brackish or salty water. The concern that I'd like you to address is just the quality of the water and the ability for that to run through, drip line or sprinkler heads and those kind of things, because that's one of the things that I've just always had in mind is, can we get this secondary water to a quality level that allows, the end user, for example, me at my house, in my yard, to use it without, popping drips off my line or, clogging up my sprinkler heads.
Fantastic question, comment, component, because not only do you have the water rights now, do you have the wet water, but you have the water quality, and those are very much a large component of the system. We have an exhibit coming that has the ponds laid out, and so if it's all right, I'd recommend that we pick up that discussion when we have that so that we can point to them, because we've identified the water that is of the nature you just described, that's coming from the canal and needs to be desilted and needs to be settled out and needs to be treated, and we're treating that. We are categorizing that in a different bucket and treating it separately until we can get a water quality that we can push back into the system. And that did have a profound impact on the layout of the system. So we did consider that, and we'll show you how we did. I think the rest of this, water future developments conversation, we talked about. This is really a fascinating exhibit right here. We had a little bit, let me give you a little bit of history. We've been around the irrigation, let's say the irrigation requirements or needs or markets or discussion, as well as the culinary, for a couple decades now. Particularly it started with our work with Sitla at South Block. So before the airport was there, before Desert Color, before Highway 7, before anything was done there was a lot of discussion about how we were going to get water, because St. George City was saying, hey, we're water limited. You can't just assume that because we're going to plat this or we're going to come in and do a land plan or do a zone change. We want to know where the water is. So there was a lot of discussion where this water is going to come from, and we can reference some of those points because we learned a lot going through that process to be able to bring it to you today and answer some of these questions, particularly the ones that the mayor just asked, because they are profound in the impacts that they have on the engineering component. But as such, one of the things that's solidified over the last decade, but was not very well known, and frankly, wasn't well known 5 years ago. I'd say in the last 5 years, it's really solidified, and that is, how much water do we use? How much, what numbers do we use from an engineering perspective? How do we design this? How do we deal with this? Because everyone's different. Up north, particularly in the state of Utah, right? I mean, everybody's different, and their uses, and in the communities, they're different. St. George was very different. So we did the first irrigation, I would say the first, it's not private because it's the city's irrigation, but it's the first individual meter to the homes in St. George at Desert Color. And we had to have this same discussion. How much water are we really talking about? How do we break this down? And so we did quite a bit of study, quite a bit of engineering studies then to identify what each individual land use used. For instance, apartments use significantly less than quarter-acre lots. I mean, I think everybody, that makes sense. Different landscapings, palettes use vastly different amounts of water. So that's becoming more and more commonplace in the public forums. Hey, yeah, grass is a lot of water, and xeriscapes, no, that simple. But this, the reason I find this interesting, I think you'll find it interesting, is that this is specific to your city. So the Public Works Water Department had water meter information for the entire city for the last 5 or 6 years, I believe. I think it might have been almost 7. So let's just say it's at least 5 for the record. And they gave that data to us, and we broke it down. And our goal was to understand what is the water consumption in Washington City, irrigation and culinary. And this exhibit is a exhibit to actually communicate our findings. And you can see that the areas that are green are the lowest water consumption, irrigation and culinary for that matter, but just the lowest consumption, the lowest meter consumption. And the areas in the red are the highest. So it's interesting if you look at the table, and we won't spend too much time. Maybe I'm the only one that really finds it super interesting because
That's not in our packet, right?
no, but we can send you this one. I should have
I
remembered it.
can't very well as all.
It's in the report, though.
It's in the report.
It's a full report.
It's in the report. One thing that's very interesting, so these are in descending, so these are the largest water users, and we didn't take the whole city because it was so extensive. We just took pockets of, particularly we were interested in land uses. All right, so if you had a large lot, or if you had a small lot, if you had apartments, if you had xeriscape, or if you had different kind of palettes like that. So I'm zooming up on the table so that you can see that from the largest consumers, down to the lowest. The largest is the fields at a total usage in the summer of almost 100,000 gallons, a month, 94,875 on average for that component, down to communities or neighborhoods in Coral Canyon, which are approximately 1/10 that. So they're approximately 9, this looks like we're 9,795 for 14 Fairway. And I say 14 Fairway because Coral Ridge is townhomes and more of maybe apartments or less usage, but 14 Fairway is single family. And so what we've seen here is that the actual type of development has a profound effect on the water quantity. And from this, we were able to find some very useful information because we subtracted the summer use from the winter use to get the irrigation amount. And then we had enough data over the years to get a really good daily consumption use for the culinary, because we were using that for the winter. So certainly this is some of the best data that we've ever had to be able to do it. And it's because your systems were so robust that you had so much information that we were able to really break it down. And we feel very very confident that these are the usage. So this is
DeVos,
reflective.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
So it's one thing to kind of note and you look at is you look at the larger lots. You know, you look at North Bridge up on the north and then the Fields properties that are down Adams Lane are large users and they're large lots. So if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the larger users on the red. The red is the most use in the, is that correct?
Yep, a direct correlation to larger lots is more water, but I think that makes sense.
And the question on between the January and July, the difference between those large lots versus the winter months and the summer months, can you explain that?
I think that, well, the idea was that we would be able to get the culinary or the indoor use over the winter months. So, you know, January, February, it was interesting to find that the larger lots had higher usage in winter as well as summer. So it just tells you that they're still having to irrigate through the winter, some of the things through the winter, just the nature of it. But there was enough data on the rest of the land use that we were able to dial in the culinary indoor use. So we have that shown here. Whoop. We thought this was quite interesting to put it in a simplistic little example here that essentially says that the average in Washington, the average culinary demand, because all the water to date is culinary, except for in the downtown area. So all of our data that we've crunched was culinary. The use is 479 gallons per day per unit, per ERU. Through the data and the processes that we just discussed, we know that the average culinary demand is, or indoor use, is 167 gallons per day, which puts the outdoor use at 334. And you can see that is just very significant, you know, amount of irrigation relative to indoor. We knew a rule of thumb is 50-50, you know, and from our previous studies in St. George, we knew that it was closer to 40% indoor, 60% outdoor. But in Washington, on average, it's 35% indoor, 65% out. And yes, which really means, back to this exhibit, is if you can take one house that is strictly culinary and hook up secondary, then you get a whole nother house of culinary use. It's even more than that. I don't know if we want to get too much into the details here relative to that, but if you look at the indoor use at 167 gallons per day, if we were able to cut that 7 gallons a day to 160, then you would get 3.
So what I find a little bit fascinating, just for some comment here, is, you know, at the district, we have, and the state's funding part of this and the district's funding part of this, but we have the landscape rebate program. Essentially, we're removing turf for, you know, $2 a square foot, you know, to incentivize homeowners to reduce water consumption in their yards. But by doing that, what they're doing is freeing up culinary water for other uses. And essentially, they call that sourcing. We're sourcing water by freeing up existing uses for better uses. And I find this parallel to that, with a secondary system would potentially free up culinary water. Now, I'm not sure if a secondary system is going to have, you know, a mixed component to it, but certainly if we're talking, you know, 2/3 of the water being used in the yards on average and 1/3 being used inside the walls of the home, that's very telling.
Very telling, exactly. You hit the nail on the head, it's very telling. It's that simple that it's at least one, if you can bring a secondary system, you get two for the price of one. You get two for the price of one culinary. That's just, and in this situation, you're almost three. That's what I'm saying, you're approaching three. That if we can get the consumption down literally 7 gallons per day, then it would be three.
Well, most of our new development with the landscape ordinance, we're hitting that higher standard.
Yeah, and I think that your tools that you can actually monitor your usage, I think is going to be really an effective way to educate the public on what it's going to be and bring it forefront to their mind that, hey, yeah, there's things I can do that I can do on my day-to-day activities that will reduce my water consumption. And it's not really onerous or something they can't do. It seems to be politically a willingness to do that. But yeah, we thought that this was one of the things that I really did want to make sure that the council understood, because years ago when we were doing study in St. George, we're in this business all the time, and this really did, when it sunk in, it really did surprise us, the power of it, because there's actually quite a bit of irrigation sources in Washington County that aren't utilized today, including reuse water.
Can you expand on that just a little bit? When you talk about irrigation sources versus what we might call culinary sources, because a lot of what we might call irrigation are coming from springs. So how do you determine what is a culinary grade versus a secondary grade?
Yeah, good question. I think the way that I would describe it is any surface water right, or anything that's on the surface would be most likely culinary, particularly inside the city. Quail Creek, the Virgin River, all these other ones, they're surface, but they have a treatment plant before it gets to us as users. But inside the city, any surface water right would be an irrigation water right that's not been utilized. And if it's coming out of a well, most likely, then a lot of those have already been converted. Some haven't. The city has one that has not.
Converted to culinary
Converted
grade.
to culinary, but the vast majority of them have been. So the city has really good water quality in their wells in the Navajo sandstone for culinary. And then as described with Councilman Belliston, was that essentially anything south of the river is very poor water quality in the well, particularly from a well.
But if you're pulling from Tanner Ditch or the Warm Springs, that's pretty
High quality.
That's high quality, but it's not like we're not pumping it from wells.
Right.
It's just constant flow.
I would say it's high quality irrigation water,
Okay.
but it's still irrigation and wouldn't meet the drinking water standard.
High quality swimming water
Yeah, you bet. That's right.
if you're in the boilers.
That's right. That's right. And so we can have a further discussion. Like I say, I don't think these numbers have much really bearing, but they're in there. We've done it so that's something to work towards. But we've identified through each one of these scenarios we discussed earlier, 1, 2, and 3, the average day demand in gallons per day, and the annual amount in million gallons, and then the average annual amount in acre feet, and then we have the peak day demand in gallons per day, and we have the peak day in acre feet. Strangely enough, you would think that you don't see this in too many reports. And the reason we've done it this way is from a sourcing perspective, is that as the district goes through, this last column is what they're looking at all the time. You buy and sell water in acre feet, but you design it and you deliver it in gallons per minute. And so we've built this exhibit so that you can utilize it and go back and forth. Just a couple notes here. The secondary water system utilizes independent sources. So we talked about that. We have an exhibit that is better to have that discussion, so we'll get to the exhibit. We have the current water source from Mill Creek and the watershed. Essentially, the Mill Creek watershed is a good way to describe all the irrigation ditches. And then we have the master plan that evaluates the city water rights and the sources, and then projects the future. And so that's why we have it in acre feet. Then we have each scenario that we just discussed. We'll go down here and we'll show you this water right inventory. So we'll zoom out here. Unlike our districts, our 14 districts, these are the irrigation ditches and their alignments of how they're fed, quantified what's going into them, and then where the ditches go and how they combine and ultimately get back into the river. One thing that this will be pertinent as we come down here. Oh, whoops, I went too far. Zoom up here. One of the complexities we already discussed is the papered water versus the wet water. So here we did the research to find out how much rights were in each one of these ditches from the state. And then the city has been monitoring them for what, 2 years now, Lester? Three. Coming on 3. So I think our data reflects like a little over 2 years. And we've identified what we're calling the wet water. And so you can see here from District 1, and on the table, there's 155 GPM that's papered, but there's only 60.8 that's wet. You know? And you can go through subsequently through the table and identify the same thing. So the city has over 2,000 gallons per minute that's papered, but can only point to 948 that they know where it is and that they can actually get into a pipe.
Are we seeing trends on that? I know maybe you're just tracking it over 2 or 3 years, but are we trending anyway on wet water?
They're holding pretty uniform.
So from those sources, let me see if I can get to this. Okay, so in summary, while we're talking about the quantity, and then we'll get into the quality and these other exhibits. Under scenario 1, so to get water into those dry pipes, we need 2,893 gallons a minute. With all the current wet measurements, we're hopeful that we might be able to drum up 1,800 gallons a minute, and that our demand is 2359. So excuse me, this is what we have. This is the papered. The column on the left is the papered water rights. The next column is the wet water, and then the following column is our demand. So we need 2,359 gallons to get water into those dry pipes. And so theoretically, the city has it, but we know from our measurements that we're short about 556 gallons a minute if we had access to all the water that is running, that has been measured, which is not accurate. So that's why we're just putting our arms around these boxes and saying, hey, this is a scenario. We're not saying it's the only one, but it's food for thought that essentially says, hey, you could have 27% of your city set up if we could, you know, come up with 2,300 gallons a minute, and we know that we have 1,000. So we're kind of, that's the idea.
Councilman Belson, or Henderson.
Question was, and maybe you just answered it, 2359 gallons per minute, is that just for the 27% that
Yes.
has current pipe
Correct.
for it? Okay.
Correct.
If we wanted to do the whole city eventually, we'd have to come up with some different sources then, I guess, huh?
Exactly. And then there it is, through those different scenarios, what your demands would be. So if you wanted to do all the future development area plus the dry lines, we'd need almost 7,000 gallons a minute. And then if we wanted to come back and pick up all the existing houses, we'd need 12,000.
DeLoss, when you're talking about the wet measurements there, is this water from north of the river?
Most of it, yes. Yes.
So Mayor, let me jump right in there. if you
Councilman
don't mind.
Ivey?
You talked a little bit earlier about brackish water. Did you do any chemical analysis on the water that we have in different areas of town, or is that part of this study at all?
Wasn't part of this study, but we were familiar with some of it that Lester was involved in, and him making an attempt to isolate the aquifers to see what was happening on the north side. Through other projects throughout the county, we are fairly familiar with an iron curtain, so to speak, of anything south of the river is brackish.
It can be brackish, which is salty, but can also be contaminated with hydrogen sulfide gas and stuff from the sulfur beds. And, it's interesting when you talk about that, you would think that it has ill effects, but it doesn't. It's not harmful really as a health means to drink. It doesn't taste great. It doesn't smell great. It has tendency to corrode pipes a lot worse, and it can be created by bacterias or certain chemical reactions that creates that. But I just wonder, as we work this out, if we have some ability to gain water out in what we call the Stookie Farm area. That water is brackish, but yet it does better than what people would anticipate in growing of grass out there. And so maybe at some point, if it ever become beneficial to the city, to do some analysis and see what exactly lies there. But it's also the taste, it's the smell, it's hard to clean clothes with it, that kind of thing. But it might be of interest just in the future if we needed to blend it and get a greater yield, if there's something like that we could.
Councilman, it is believed that the well water from the Stookie Farms area will kill grass after more than a couple years of.
And they can grow it and then cut it and then bring in new.
They can sprout turf and pick it up and sell it after a year's worth of watering, but if they were to water for 3, 4, 5 years in a row, the salts and nitrates would accumulate in the surface and
Kill the roots. That's a good distinction.
kill the living plants. And so it's also known that when that water's been tested, it exceeds what we call TDS and nitrate and other limits that the state would allow for things like
Saline and sulfides in.
So it's wet water, but the usability of it isn't naturally there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, the canal water would be considered south of the river.
The canal water is considered a diversion from the Virgin River. So the canal water is diverted from the Washington Dam, which is a diversion structure on the Virgin River, and that water quality changes depending on the time of year that it's being diverted. When it's diverting in the spring runoff, it's primarily snowmelt, and so it's high quality water with a lot of silts and just kind of natural sands and siltiness from the runoff nature, right? When it's diverted in August and there's little to no snow melt, it's just the natural sources from the seeps and things along the river bottom. It's a lot higher in salts, a lot more like the well water that you find south of the river.
And the city of St. George, the way they handle that, they have secondary irrigations. They use settling ponds for that water to settle out the in it. That's how they have dealt it. And that's kind of the proposal here a little bit too, is on those type of uses, on the canal water.
That's attended a Water Conservancy District presentation about the reservoir system. There will always be a section where they describe that they fill the reservoirs in the winter months. And the reason why is that's when the water quality in the river is from snow melt, and it's very high water quality. When it's June, July, and August is when they are drawing down their reservoirs. They usually aren't diverting from the river for a couple of reasons. The one is it's not great water. The second is the river's so low, they do have obligations to keep water in the river. So usually in July and August and September, the water district is actually putting water back into the river, not diverting. And so the Sand Hollow quail, some of you would have noticed in December and January, so December that just ended, Quail Creek's pool level increased. So it was filling during December, even though we had zero rainwater. That was partly because the water district is starting to divert from the river and save some water.
The reason why I ask, I guess it's probably a little too in the weeds anyway at this point, but it goes back to my question of north of the river, south of the river, where the water rights are located, where the water can be used. There's water that comes out of the canal and it comes out of diversion. I didn't know if that was something that could be used universally or.
So the Utah State Engineers Office, which is established by the Constitution and then funded and built out by regulations from the legislature, they were given the duty to divide the state of Utah up into water right basin areas. And so the idea was try and figure out the water here in a certain area is coming from a certain aquifer, and then identify those water rights within groupings that relate to the source of water. The state engineer has always held the position that the south of the river water comes from a different groundwater source than the north of the river water. They've never diverted from that in their decisions on water right applications and change applications. The canal water is not a groundwater resource. It's known that it's a diversion from the Virgin River. And so there's no restriction from the state engineer as to whether you can use that north or south of the river. Because it's not, it can be used wherever you can pipe it and make beneficial use of that water. Where the state engineer gets strong in their viewpoint is if someone with water rights on the south side of the river in an area that the state engineer believes comes from a different aquifer, they have not allowed that right holder to file a change application and divert those waters from the north side aquifer. And the reason why is they believe those water rights are coming from separate sources. And to sort of let the well from the south side divert from the north side would harm those users that have rights in the north side aquifer. And so they hold really strong. They, so far in the history of their decisions, they've denied anybody moving their water rights from the south side to a well on the north side, even though it's a quarter-mile distance in some place. Like it's not that far as the measure is, but as the water reality is, it's a much different result, and the state engineer has not allowed that to happen.
Okay. I think we'll just go right to this exhibit here that shows, maybe a little easier to communicate than our previous slide. We'll try to hit the points that were on that slide. This is showing the storage components for the city. And the blue, see up the top, Salente and Green Springs, we were able to quantify, as described previously in their approval process, irrigation systems were discussed and how this needs to be resolved relative to the city because it's the high point of the city. And so this is an overall exhibit that shows where these storage facilities could be or where they would be maybe the most effective from an engineering perspective. And you can see that the tank, there it says Salente water tank, and then off to the left it has Salente tank and pond, tank or pond. So we're saying that, hey, any water storage in this blue zone up at the top is highly desirable because once we get it in there, we can put it anywhere else in the city from a pressure perspective. And then Razor Ridge to the right is Coral Canyon. There's an existing pond that maybe we could tie into and is underutilized because the water coming from Quail Lake that the city has access to, they historically have been treating and putting into culinary, could be utilized as irrigation water, and we could use that facility as a kicking off point and increase it or maybe have a subsequent pond next to it or a different kind of facility. But generally, that's how we're trying to identify how much storage do we need in these different elevations or these different pressure zones. So that's how this is broken down. And then a key component, I think that you've had these discussions internally, is the Kirtland Pond and the Kirtland property, is right there at the bottom of all the ditches and right before the river on the north side. So it is just an ideal place to collect the water. And you wouldn't necessarily have to store it there, but it's an ideal place to collect it and, in our views, store it because it's central. Not because it's in the lower part relative to the north, but because it's central to the whole city. So we have identified that as a critical or prime location for water resources, and that a pond of as big as you could get, as big as the land use would allow you, you would be benefited from it. As been discussed before, if we talk about, this is I think a good opportunity to make the distinction about water quality. The Kirkland Pond would be coming from the Mill Creek drainage, and we've classified that, and we're saying that's high water quality. And then we have a proposed Indian Knolls settling pond, which would be a pond utilized to settle out all the good stuff that was just described coming from the virgin diversion that has a lot of silts, sands, and chemicals for that matter that goes with them, the total dissolved solids, before it could be utilized. And so the idea is you could settle it out in a concrete pond where you could get heavy equipment in to remove the silt, just as St. George City does. And then you could take the higher water quality or the treated water or settled water and put it in the Kirkland Pond and blend it and then send it to out to the community or out to the other storage facilities, particularly in Salento, for instance. So it's just a really good centralized place, and you have the canal going right by, essentially, close proximity to Kirkland's property. So that's one of the things that we have identified relative to what it would be, is any time that we're using diversion water from the Virgin or potentially brackish water from south of the river, we think it would need to be settled out in a settling pond and then ultimately blended with the higher water quality to be a legitimate irrigation quality source. We're getting some firsthand experience of this right now in Desert Color, because we can take the diversion water, or we can take secondary water, reuse water from the sewer district there. And the idea is we're going to balance it, and we're going to kind of play with that. We're going to see how that works. To date, we've had a much larger supply of the reuse water, and that's because the facilities were there. It's easier for the city to move the water across the river because we have the pipe across. It was all set up for the irrigation district of the future, but we put those lines in well over a decade ago, and we've been using that water for construction. In fact, Highway 7, that's how it was constructed. That line was a partnership between UDOT, the City of St. George, and State Trust Lands. And if I remember right, State Trust Lands provided the easement and paid the engineering and the design for it, and UDOT paid the labor, and the city paid for the materials. But that line has been utilized, it's completely to its full extent almost now. Been very profitable to relieve pressures from the culinary system, because a lot of the construction did take place in the summer, and they were using large quantities of water, well over 1 million gallons a day for summer after summer.
Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, that is the line that the district has as an upsize in the future as well. Through the Conservancy District Master Plan, they have a replacement of where that current reuse line is to be upsized to a bigger size for the Warner Valley Lake.
Yeah, in fact, we just discussed that at board meeting on Monday. So I believe that's the same, but they did show, they had Stantec did the study on it, and I can verify that with you, but they're going to be doing extensive study for the regional reuse system, and so I think it would be good to coordinate on,
Absolutely.
you know, anytime we can put two pipes in one line, and they have massive amounts of easements and acquisitions and pipes to build. So I think if there are some ways that we can piggyback and share costs, and obviously it works we have shared interest in this with our secondary system and the regional reuse system.
Absolutely. This is a perfect segue into this other component, is that these three colors south of the river, we have put all the storage for those three colors in to the Warner Valley pond. So we're saying, hey, we can quantify the storage, work with the district, you know, and that's where the water would go. So what's interesting about the system, and we've tried to keep this in mind, is that we know that it's not going to be built this way today. So we want to build a system that we could take let's just say that we want to take shares from the canal, that the city in the future secures some canal water, we settle it out, and as described earlier, we put it in the Kirkland Pond, and we send it up to the Salente tank. Well, now it's blended with higher quality irrigation water. It's been able to get used, and it's utilized throughout the whole city. But in the future, the distant future, say, then it would never go to the Kirtland Pond. It would go directly to the Warner Valley Lake, and it would come from there after it was blended with the reuse water and whatever higher quality water they could get their hands on, and potentially some treatment. And then it would be utilized to service the areas south of the river. So, makes sense?
There's already a draft of an agreement between the Water Conservancy District and the municipal users, which Washington City is one of them, that regards the sharing and use of future pools of water in Warner Valley Lake. So that this concept that DeLoss just described is already trying to be contemplated in contracts so that they're in place before it even starts filling.
Yeah. I think they'll happen because it just makes too much sense not to, right? It's
Yeah,
just
and
naturally gonna happen.
the main impetus for the agreement right now is because Washington City has a return flow water right in the sewer water that we send to the sewer treatment plant. And so the minute that the district starts filling Warner Valley Lake with return flows from the sewer treatment plant, Washington City will accrue a storage right within waters in that's equivalent to the calculations listed in that agreement. And so that agreement would also allow Washington City to add other water sources into that to be mixed with that body. And so.
Is that the reuse authorization contract?
Correct. It hasn't been brought to the council yet, but that's the contract I'm
Well,
referring to.
I can tell you that it was approved on Monday by the Water District Board. So good work on that, along with Ivans, Santa Clara, and Tokerville.
Sure. Exciting stuff to be able to coordinate hand in hand with them to do that, and to utilize your existing resources, which has not been on their radar, for instance. You know, that 1,000 gallons a minute that we described earlier, that's not on theirs, or frankly, wasn't on ours much. So to actually dig in and pull layer by layer off and see how you can start taking a bite of the elephant. These other exhibits are reflective of the different scenarios, so I don't know that they're as useful as some of the discussion we're having here. And I want to, very considerate of your time and only be talking about what you would want to talk about. So we've talked about storage, and then the other is the irrigation water transmission. And so we've done network modeling, hydraulic modeling to show what would be needed for each of these scenarios respectively. And that gave us the information that populates these exhibits to show the different pressure zones relative to the pipe locations. And that's what this exhibit shows, and identifies by color the zone and then the elevation, the subsequent elevation for that pressure zone and what it would serve. And like I say, this is, we do it this way so that you can see from a topographical perspective where it's most logical to store the water. Okay. And then in the report, all these lines, these transmission lines are sized appropriately to be able to.
DeLoss, do you know what the surface elevation will be of Warner Valley Lake?
You know, I do, and I suspect that it's really close to 3150. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but I bet it's 3150.
Is that's not the acre feet?
Just the elevation.
Oh, okay. All right.
So can I ask a question? This might be for you, Lester. All these road projects we've been doing, are we putting dry lines in those too? Or we get to go dig those up now?
That is exactly the reason we need to get this plan in place. Is so that when we do have these road projects come in, we have a plan, a document that establishes a transmission corridor for the irrigation so that we can put the line in where it belongs. If it doesn't do us any good to go into these roadway projects that we're currently doing and just throw in an 8-inch line and hope that it's big enough to find out that it's not because it was a wasted expense. That's the main driving force behind needing to have this document, is so that we have some guidance. Correct.
But Lester, wouldn't you say that the other benefit is that as we have developments come on, that you have a plan as well to identify those areas of, hey, we don't need an 8-inch here, we need a 10-inch because you're putting in this half of Washington Fields Road or whatever it is, we have that now.
Okay, in summary, relative to how we've identified the source, the available source that the city has, the resource. We've identified the available dry lines that need to be energized with transmission lines. We've identified the storage and the storage locations and the subsequent pressure zones that they would create. And that brought us to the funding, you know. How do we do this, and how do we take a bite at a time? And so we know that you're all involved in your counterparts and rubbing shoulders with the neighbors and working together through the Conservancy District. And we thought that this was useful to us in our past projects in St. George at Desert Color. Then 50% of the fee, the Washington County Conservancy water source fee, was rebated to the city of St. George and subsequently to the developer in that case, because they built the facilities for irrigation, secondary irrigation. And so this is just to show that it maybe not be as difficult or impossible.
So is this chart saying the 50% column is 50% of 468 times 7,417?
No, this is the 50% of the 7,000. So the impact fee, for instance, in 2017, Washington City had 468 building permits, and the impact fee from the Washington County Conservancy District was $7,417. And if you have half of that fee,
Okay.
then you would have generated $1.7 million for these projects. But so this is from the city's perspective.
And you're saying that the district has agreed to do that in other cities?
I think they have, but I think that's probably more inclined to what you would need to work out. That is our understanding, is that when we went to them before, they said, yeah, if the city has an operating secondary irrigation system, they're entitled to that fee, because you can see how it was set up years ago in the impact fees, that irrigation was 50%, culinary was 50%. So that's how they got it years ago. That was the general idea. And so if the key was to get the system up and running so that you could qualify for those dollars. And so in this case, Desert Color, the developer, built the system, which was quite a bit. It was an extensive project, but built the system because they knew they were going to have a rapid development sequence and they would get their investment back.
You for 3560.
So in the St. George City Desert Color example, was that rebate only limited to the building permits within that region?
Yes,
Because the city, Washington City's had an operational secondary system for 100-something years. So we could have potentially negotiated that with the district a long time ago, at least for impact fees paid that were served there.
that's how I see it.
Okay.
But isn't it true, they have to only be for projects that aren't using culinary water outside? In Thad's example, it would just be for a new house that was built downtown that was going to use
Right.
the ditch to serve its exterior water, which even all of our downtown users don't do that. So it wouldn't have been very robust at this point.
No, it wouldn't have been. Every year, we get about 5 inquiries from the district of builders that are claiming to be using the secondary water system downtown. And the inquiry is to our utility office saying, is this lot actually serviced by secondary water? So we usually have to go out and, again, on the old Pioneer system, try and determine whether it is or isn't. And then we give them an official answer, which determines what they calculate for that builder. Yeah, the district makes that assumption everywhere,
Correct.
not just in our system, but everywhere. Desert Color, there was a really big assumption made that hasn't panned out either.
Yeah, so this is just from the perspective of the engineering, not from the legal or political, but certainly this is our understanding. So when you make this projection of 2025 at 712, which has been the average building permits over the last several years, there's the potential of $4.8 million this year.
And that's assuming the system is operational throughout all zones of the city, right? All districts?
I don't think it has to be all zones. I think, yes, this would be. Yes, this is this assumption, but I think from the perspective of the district, it's as Jeremy just said, that it would be if there was water available.
That math, though, that average of building permits is citywide numbers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think one thing to note is that, I mean, if you go back to the other slide, in the past 7 years, we've provided over $60 million to the district in impact fees, just Washington City alone. It's just an interesting number to think about.
Well, I look at that, not to add fuel to the fire, but just this last year, they collected more in impact fees than all of our sales tax combined for our city, from our city. So it's a significant amount of money that can be used for something else.
And it is beneficial. I mean, the Conservancy District, I mean, they're the lifeblood, right? They feed us water to keep going. I mean, they have big infrastructure to construct. Just, I think as a partnership, we got to start looking with them on how we work together to get these irrigation projects going.
Well, certainly, it was our goal to give you the tools to have those discussions, to say, hey, yeah, we have this resource, this approximately 1,000 gallons a minute of wet water. How do we put it to use? It's going to take some investment to do that, but I think that certainly that is a symbiotic connection to them that says, because that's goal number one, right? Is to reduce culinary water, and one way of doing that is to shift to irrigation where possible. So the rest of this, I think, we're talking about the final components of this slide, is that we wanted to point out, and it's already been discussed earlier, is that we had to make some assumptions, and it's pretty hypothetical to do the system, the final system, and say, okay, hey, generally, but frankly, we were quite comfortable doing it. We just want to know that it is a theoretical idea of how we broke down the land use, but it's documented, and if the land use changes, great, just update the document. But it got us to a point where we could kind of wrap our arms around it to know how big the issue was, and then a path forward that, as Lester described, that when we were doing projects, that we were putting the appropriate line size in the road, for the ultimate build out. Because it surprised us again. It told us that the distribution was actually worked out very well, in that we didn't think that the line sizes were exorbitant. They were actually reasonable from our experience in what's going on, which told us, informed us that we had the storage in the right place. So you had enough places for storage that it kept the line sizes in a reasonable perspective. So we've identified a couple projects that could be done. We have 1A, 1B, and then we have 2A and 2B, and project 3, and then here's the subsequent dollars. The idea, one of the reasons that we have 1A and why they're on here, there's a whole bunch of different projects. We just identified these for this discussion, was we were looking for a project that got meters. So you can see that everything here we're trying to, 1A is getting the lines, and then 1B is we got to purchase the meters and go make the connection so that you can actually have a utility bill and receive the dollars in that venue. And then same thing on 2A is that you have the connections and the infrastructure to get there, and then you have the actual meter in those connections. And then we jumped right to a storage project on project number 3. And we can show you on this, there's an exhibit here that we can show relative to where they are. It's a little easier to understand. The first one we're showing here would be mainly to get meters, but it identified some meters potentially, but the biggest thing is it got water to the park. So you're able to take and service Veterans Park. The next project was a continuation of Brio to get water up to Brio because there is so many meters potentials. There's so many lots there that have the dry lines installed.
So potentially Brio would be the first
Major.
online subdivision to go online with the system.
To us, that seems like the obvious
Yeah,
one because
that's nice,
there's
exciting.
the least amount of infrastructure required. So I would say Brio/Salente.
Nice.
So we're talking pressurized secondary system. We wet these dry lines.
Yeah.
And the water source is coming from the Graham Manor well?
Yes. Yes. Another thing that's very helpful in this is the good information that we have is that we could actually tell you how many gallons per minute if we were able to fire those up this next year. We could tell you how many gallons per minute that's required for all those units. And frankly, to us, it's remarkably small. It's remarkably small because Brio, if you go back to the previous exhibit, was one of the lowest water users.
So what's the impact?
Yeah, so
What are the,
perfect example. You would think that if you're trying to save water, you'd go to the highest users, right? That's a fair assumption, but in our mind here, we're saying, hey, look, you can get to the most users, and it extends your limited amount of source. So you're getting to the most users that have the most amount of infrastructure already in place, and, it's the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. But to your point, it is not the highest.
but they might be, instead of a 35 in, 65 out, they might be the opposite.
I think that if we go there and look at it, it's not the opposite, but it's 50-50.
Okay.
Close to 50-50. So you're losing some of those advantages of usage,
Yeah.
but you're gaining the fact that you're getting a utility bill every month.
No, if you're trying to garner the biggest quantity of shared impact fees from the water district, you would make it available to all the lands that are subject to paying impact fees next, right? So you'd take all your distribution to the non-occupied places
Yes.
yet, which again, there's some political impact, just some political implications there. But yeah, if you make that service to the non-built properties yet, that's when you probably have the best chance to get the district to share some fees with you.
It's like your attorney is a quick study. Because that is the next project, because that's exactly how we saw it.
He knows a lot about trees, fish, and water.
Water. So we, as Thad described here, that's exactly what we think would be prudent for the city, is to get out in front of where those new building permits are coming from because you have the potential for the funding to fund it. And it's not a heavy lift to get the money. That's really what it's boiled down to. And we know that Salente is a new part of town and you know, high growth that, you know, plan on doing the projects relative. And if they're not, I mean, even some of across the street, maybe we're a little late to the game because we have the other townhomes or whatever they ultimately ended up building across the street. But generally, absolutely, this project not only gets you into Salente and collecting those impact fees, but it provides storage for essentially right now anywhere in the city that you needed it. So wherever there was an opportunity to supply secondary water with this project, you would have storage for it. And so that's why we think it's high. Is there any?
We could, like on the case of Brio, those are all built out. You think we could get the water district to refund some of those impact fees?
It never hurts to ask. My initial thought would be probably not, but we could ask.
We had an in on the board over there. Let's go get it.
My fiduciary responsibility changes over there.
So Councilman Bellison, I think it's not, I think it's the wordage. We're not looking for a refund. We're looking for help. I mean, this helps their
But
system.
maybe funding is what you're saying.
Yeah,
We
maybe
might be
there's-
able to.
Maybe just a way to say, you know, here's a way to start, you know, throughout the county and let this proof of concept, let's, you know, kind of get the ball rolling. One way that's ready to just kind of plug in and fire up and, you know, see how it rolls out and what it actually does and what it actually impacts.
You know, Councilman Elson, I actually really appreciate the question because one thing that's been on my mind, and Delos, you've done a remarkable job every step of the way, especially starting with the fact that the open ditch irrigations that we've had for generations here is sacred, for lack of a better term, to this area. But I think that it would be wise to have you and some staff and maybe some council sit down with some of the water district staff and just kind of go through this plan with them, maybe a few board members there, just to have that communication, that collaboration, and then just kind of see where it goes, because, you know, we're all rolling together on this water issue.
Agreed. You know, we'd be happy to do that. We see it very similar to what you just said, is that we literally, by definition, whether we claim we are or not, we're all in it together. Because there's a limited amount of source. So for instance, if you buy a water right that we claim, you know, that's one less than they can buy, or vice versa. You know, or if you have a water project that you are utilizing and you're reducing the overall demand to the county, that's benefiting them too. And, you know, they might, what's interesting about it is they might even be able to get the benefit from it. You know, we talked about Quail Lake, you know, they have the ability to put Quail Lake water anywhere. So they might not be as excited about a project with Quail Lake as they would be with any of the on-site or, you know, the Mill Creek drainage. I think they would probably be very excited, for instance, about a Mill Creek drainage project, less excited about a Quail Lake project. But that's just thinking from their perspective.
Well, I think the message is that collaboration can occur, that I think will benefit our retail system, our secondary system, and them in their wholesale, primarily wholesale role. I can't think of a better first discussion to have for the year for this council. We are up against a stop at 5:30 because we have another meeting at 6. But I want to make sure that we're able to drink this in fully. So, I mean, if council, did you finish everything you wanted to?
Yes.
You're at a conclusion right here.
Yes. The only thing, there was a couple other construction projects that I think are insignificant in comparison to what we've talked about, because you understand that there's many construction projects, and we're trying to explain our methodology and how we identified them, and they could be, you know, cut and sliced and twisted and turned any way that is productive to the city. So,
Council, what I might recommend is that we have that meeting with the district, and then we circle back and bring back maybe a little bit of an update and keep keep DeLoss and Blake and his staff in front of the council a little bit as we work through this and prioritize. And I think, for me, I think we probably all need to digest this just a little bit, kind of wrap our heads around it, and then come back with some more kind of clear direction. But, I mean, generally, council, I think it was pretty well received. Any input or thoughts?
That was a great presentation. Thank you. Really good.
Thank you. We've always enjoyed it's been a great working relationship with the city, something that we cherish. You know, I was thinking about it sitting there because it's been a while since I've been in front of you. It's been a long while. I guess I have better people than me to be communicating with you now.
You did perfect.
I think we've been working with the city for almost 25 years, so it's been a while. Been a while. But we're happy to continue this and to help you with any of your future needs relative to it. We find passion, and our passion is really this kind of thing. You talk about the complexities, even with the Kirkland Pond. You know, if we could put it into some kind of recreation facility like Sullivan is, that'd be awesome too. So I mean, there's just more than, you know.
Well,
one
it's
aspect.
interesting how many of the key components you mentioned have been touched by this existing council. When you look at Salente, you look at Kirkland, you look at some of the, you know, even into Brio and some of these areas, it's interesting how the pieces start to come together, but really a lot of these pieces are recent.
Yes.
That this very council has had a piece in. So this is a good conversation. I appreciate you bringing it back, Lester. I know that irrigation has been a conversation in front of Washington City Councils for years, and so do you. But this was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Well done, thank you. With the Open and Public Meetings Act training, that has to happen once a year. I think we can slide that into another likely January meeting, so I wasn't worried about making Thad feel bad by not being able to present that to us today. So with your nod of approval, I think we'll just pass on that item for right now, and then we'll adjourn this meeting and take a quick break until our 6 o'clock meeting. With that said, can I call for a meeting to adjourn? A motion by Councilman Henderson. Did I hear a second by Councilman Belliston? All in favor to adjourn? We stand adjourned. We'll reconvene with our regular meeting at 6 o'clock here in the council chamber. It's still 6 o'clock. How about that? Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. This is our first regular meeting of the year. We are here at Washington City Hall in the council chamber. Our meetings are streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Is Mary Robinson here by chance? Okay, I have asked Councilwoman Kim Casperson if she would offer the invocation, after which Councilman Kurt Ivey will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Casperson.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to be here gathered together as a community, and we're grateful for this beautiful place that we live and for the connections that we have and the good people who live here. And we'd ask that would please bless us with your guidance to start this night, and we're just grateful for everything we have, and we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please rise if you're able. Ready, begin.
Council, we do not have need to go to closed session tonight, so I'll turn to you for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
I'll move.
Second that, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Belliston and a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved as outlined. Next item of business is announcements. Just for the public, notice the city offices will be closed as we celebrate and observe Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, January 20th. Also, for those on the council and those in the community that want to attend, it's the What's Up Down South Economic Summit tomorrow. Are there any announcements that I might have missed for events between now and our next council meeting? Okay, let's go to the next item of business. It's any declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Anything to declare? Seeing nothing, we will go to the next item of business, which is oath of office. And really appreciate the turnout tonight. And so we know why you're here. So welcome. This is an exciting night. I'm going to invite Chief Jason Williams to come forward. It will be our privilege this evening to administer the oath of office to Chris Huerta, and a promotion to sergeant for Brett Gibson. Chief, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for allowing us this opportunity to come into the chambers today and take care of some business with you. Prior to these swearing-ins, I'd like to recognize a couple officers that worked with us and did great work with us on our department. I think they're in the hallway if we want to invite them in. Everybody in the hallway can come in.
Officer Nash, Officer Piedra.
Come on up front. You wore a tie, so you get to be up front. Roberto, you got that. You can come in too. We have Roberto come in. Roberto, come on up. You also wore a tie, so both of you, because you wore a tie, you chose to have a talk, so.
You can't blame it on me this time.
But both of these officers were with us. Tyler moved on to Department of Public Safety. He works with them through the school security program and is a regional supervisor for them. Roberto went over to the university and is working with them, and just wanted to recognize each of these individuals for their stellar work here with Washington City. And Tyler was with us for just shy of 10 years. And Roberto, how many years were you with us?
About 6.
About 6 years, and also served in our animal control and did outstanding. So I have for them some shadow boxes that were made up. Roberto. Thank you. And for now, I guess Sergeant Nash. So, thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you.
Chief, if I might, just Sergeant Nash and Officer Piedra.
Told ya.
You know, I'm not going to put you on the spot to speak tonight, but we appreciate the messages that you've already sent and the gratitude that you expressed to the city. And so we just want to reciprocate that to you. Not only did you represent us honorably, you're actually officers that are dear friends to me and to the city. And you always have a place here and a home here. And if you're ever looking to come back, you know, we'll find a spot for you. We just want to just sincerely express our gratitude for the years of service in various capacities to Washington City and this department, particularly the culture and the way that the officers serve with respect and with honor is in large part because of the tone that you set. So just a round of applause. We really appreciate you very much.
All right, I'll invite Sergeant Gibson and Officer Puerta up. Sergeant Gibson has been with our department since 2014. Came to us from another three-letter agency, the IRS. But he also served his country with the Air Force, and I believe he's a second-generation law enforcement. So,
Yeah, I see his dad.
yeah. Chris is
And his mom. Welcome, guys. My neighbors.
Chris is a resident here in Washington City, also has been with us for about a year now. We hired him back in February last year, started in animal control and worked with us through the academy and went through FTO, and we're glad to have him out on patrol with us. So we will do their swearing in, and then I'll invite their spouses up to pin their badges on, and hope you guys have a speech ready as well. He does. I state your name.
I, Greg Horza,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Utah.
the Constitution of the State of Utah.
I do also solemnly swear
I do also solemnly swear
I will support, obey, and defend
support, obey, and defend
the laws and ordinances of Washington City,
the laws and ordinances of Washington City,
and that I will discharge the duties
and I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Congratulations. Have you signed those? Have them come up. Thank you.
Now you have to give a speech, not me.
Yes, stay close. No? We'll just always remember the chevron of his crown, because if it goes down, you catch all the shadows. You should know how these go. Council, Mayor, thank you. Present to you Officer Huerta and Sergeant Gibson. They both have a few things they'd like to say.
Sergeant Gibson,
Do you have a topic you want to talk about?
I do.
Okay, that's good.
You know I do. Would you just tell us a little bit about your background, what this promotion means to you, and also what advice you would have to Officer Huerta, who's just joining Washington City PD? That's called the compound question. There's 3 components, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you forget, Councilman Ivy will remind you.
So let's make it clear, I'm not a Gibson from Washington City. So if there's anybody in the audience from, it's not my family, but they're great too. I grew up in Riverton, Utah. Joined the military when I was 19 years old. Got stationed up in Ogden, Utah. And then after that, joined the IRS, went to college, got my degree, and then moved down here when I was 26 years old. So been here for 11 years. So the advice I'd give to Officer Huerta is come to work hard, and just learn from everybody and just know you don't know everything. So, and enjoy the people that you're working with in the community because it goes by really quick. So as you can see, my friends are here that I worked with in the task force, and it goes by really quick. So that's about it.
So what is, you're changing, you're moving into more of a leadership role here.
Yeah.
So what does that mean to you? And then maybe just share a little bit about, I know your parents, maybe share a little bit about what it means to follow in the footsteps of your dad, and a little bit, your mom's a saint, you know that, right?
So
Just a little bit what you learned from your mother.
Yeah, so being a leader is being an example to those that you're working with, whether they're above you or below you in the promotion or what position they hold. So just being an example to all the people there would be what I would say is a good leader. And then also I did follow in my father's footsteps. He retired from West Valley Police after 20 years, went up to Layton PD for 6 or 7 years, and then retired again at the Attorney General's office. So he was also served in the military and military police, same branch that I did. So yeah, definitely a lot of law enforcement in our family.
And your mother.
And my mother, yes, she has been a nurse for, I don't know how many years, 18 years now. So she was a nurse in Primary Children's up in Salt Lake. And then when they moved down here full time, she now works at the hospital here. So
wonderful. Yeah. Who pinned your badge on?
That's my wife. Yeah.
I figured.
She'll tell you about herself, I'm sure,
So
when she gets up here.
I know it's your wife.
Yeah.
But I don't know her name.
Oh, her name is Michael.
Michael, would you come up here with Sergeant Gibson? Up with Sergeant Gibson.
I didn't hear the with part.
So the softball is, how does he look in that uniform with the new brass on the lapel?
I think he looks pretty dang hot.
Will you just tell what it means? I mean, obviously, and I don't want this to be cliche, but when you're part of a law enforcement family, it's more than just the person wearing the uniform. Will you just talk a little bit about what that, how you carry that weight together, what that means to you, and just, how proud you are of your husband?
Oh gosh.
Speak right into that, Mike.
Right? I don't know, like just having everybody around you and having to balance each other out. The last 6 years have been like a family with all of the guys, as you see, like everybody that showed up today. I don't know, I don't like to talk on the spot.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah, I don't know, we work well together.
We support
each other.
Yeah.
In my job and in his job, and so it's going to be life-changing, but we're going to make it.
So you can support him in this new level of responsibility.
Yes. And I think he'll be a great example, a great sergeant. He's very patient. I mean, he's a great husband. So yeah, I think he'll be an awesome guy.
Thank you both.
Yeah.
We're proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank
And I had to shave my beard, so.
Yeah, the beard.
Okay. That's the shaved part. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right, you were on the task force, right, okay. Okay, all right, we recognize you again. Thank you, Sergeant. Congratulations. So, Officer Huerta, introduce us to you. Who are you? What's your background? How did you get into law enforcement?
Married, 3 kids, California originally. Moved out here about 3 years ago and fell in love with Washington City and wanted to work something to do with the city. So I chose law enforcement. I think that's the best way to get involved with the community.
Fantastic. Now, you've been involved in Washington City a little bit now, so is this a change with the way you're involved?
Yes.
Is that right? Tell us a little bit about that.
It's more of a direct impact. So we love the city for the fact that it was so safe and our kids felt they can go outside and play, and I wanted to keep it that way. So I felt like law enforcement was the best avenue to do that.
Yeah. And have you been with Washington when animal control already?
Yes. So February last year is when I started animal control, and then law enforcement about June, July.
Okay, so you're just through the academy?
Yep.
And this is your first parlay into...
Just finished FTO in October, so a few months in.
Congratulations. So cool. Who pinned your badge on?
That was my daughter.
Your daughter.
I gave her the task of it.
So cool. And this is your wife and your kids here too?
Wife, 2 boys.
Fantastic. What a great looking family. What's your spouse's name?
Tanessa.
Tanessa, will you just come up? If you have to bring one of the boys up with you, that's fine. Will you just pull that mic over and just tell us a little bit about, what your thoughts are with your husband, beginning a career in law enforcement and officially?
He comes from a long family of law enforcement and military, so I feel like it's a good fit for him. We've been together almost 21 years now, so
Oh my goodness.
just there to support him and do whatever he wants to do, and I think he's going to be a really good fit.
What do you think your husband, what kind of impact do you think this will have on your cute daughter that pinned the badge on and those boys there? What kind of impact do you think his community service will have on your family and on them?
I know it's definitely probably not going to be an easy road with working nights and having a difficult schedule, but I feel like it's a good career for them to look up to.
Are you up for the task?
Yeah.
All in?
All in.
All right, council, any other questions or thoughts for Officer Huerta?
I'm just excited for both of you to join, get promotions and be a part of our group. I think you'll see that Washington City Police is different than other police, and it's more of a family. I mean, just getting to know, the chief and the sergeants and everyone, you'll really appreciate the family vibe we get with our group, so.
Definitely appreciate it.
And just welcome. We feel like it's pretty special over here, and I'd like to welcome you into the family, so.
Thank you.
Let's have those two that have been sworn in this evening, received the oath of office with their families. Let's have them come forward for a picture first. Then we'll invite all those here to support to come up behind and gather, and we'll get 2 pictures. So Sergeant Gibson, come on up, both of you right here in the middle. Yep. I don't see Jordan. Hey, and Officer Huerta, why don't you go right there to the middle next to Sergeant Gibson? There you go, balance that out there. Thanks, Chief. Okay, and then let's have everyone else who's here for this event come forward. We'll gather around and we'll get a big group picture. Come on forward, everyone who's here to support these guys. Yeah, and then fill in back behind as well. The council will stay up here. Fill back in, back behind up here too. I know. You want to show that support? Should we come to the middle? Brett. We should have just taken the picture the other way.
It's okay. He's prettier.
You can't see my mom?
All right, I'll call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just, hey, Sheriff, it's good to see you.
Yeah, you
Thanks
too.
for coming over.
Things are running smooth in Washington City, right?
You know they are. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of the approval of minutes, consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 12/11/24, and the board audit report, consideration to approve the board audit report from December 2024. Council, I'll look to you for a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as stated.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Item 6, conditional use permit. 6A, consideration to approve conditional use permit C-24-20 for the expansion of the parking area of 7 Epic Motors located at 515 West Buena Vista Boulevard. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this particular item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Got held up out in the hallway. Good to see a big crowd out here. Give me just one sec. The applicant is requesting approval of conditional use permit to add an approved parking lot located at the southwest area of the existing business located at 515 West Buena Vista Boulevard. With this proposal being new development that is adjacent to Buena Vista Boulevard and expanding the existing conditional use permit, C-2001-19, conditional use permit approval is needed prior to making these improvements. The existing business at this location is a used car sales lot. The purpose for the expansion is to allow the neighboring church to expand their parking to where the current car lot sales is currently located. The improvements in the proposal include asphalt and landscaping so that the applicant can park and sell vehicles on the proposed land, which is approximately 0.57 acres. There are no other requests being made at this time. Staff has reviewed the project and finds that it meets the intent of the C3 use and complies with the zoning ordinance. On December 18th, the Planning Commission reviewed this request and unanimously recommended approval of C-24-20, allowing for the parking lot and landscaping improvements to the existing business located at 515 West Buena Vista Boulevard, with the findings and conditions as outlined below. Mayor, Council, I read these 13 conditions in the Planning Commission, and I'm happy to review those as well if you see fit.
Yes, please.
Condition 1 states, any site improvements shall meet the requirements of city and state adopted codes. 2, the development of the site shall comply with the development as approved in the exhibits provided and conditions noted herein. 3, all lighting within the development will be directed inward to the site. 4, all signage for the business will be in accordance with the adopted sign regulations of the city. 5, the applicant shall work with the adjacent landowner of parcels W-BV-3-304-A so that improvements can be made to this land that matches the proposed development improvements. 6, the entire landscape strip adjacent to Buena Vista Boulevard shall be a minimum of 10 feet wide, with live growth plants in line with city ordinance. 7, the area designated for the vehicle parking shall be improved with asphalt. All other areas, including the designated 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to Buena Vista Boulevard, shall have improved landscaping that includes live growth plants in line with city ordinance. The land areas that house the off-premise sign shall also be improved and kept up to aesthetically pleasing. 8, the developer shall provide a detailed landscaping plan which shall be submitted to staff for review and approval prior to landscape installation. The landscape plan shall identify the type, size, quantities, method of irrigation, and weed control. 9, the landscaping shall be maintained at all times, and all portions of the property shall be kept in an orderly, weed-free condition. 10, storage containers, sheds, canopies, and other structures, materials used to store items shall not be kept and or placed on this property. Condition 11, the storage of any vehicle of any size in a non-running condition shall not be stored on the property. Vehicles stored on the property shall be kept in an orderly fashion that are neat/clean in appearance and in running condition. Condition 12, storage other than vehicles in running order, as described in condition 11, is not allowed. And then condition 13, which is, my numbering's wrong, I have 2 12s, it should be condition 13. Any modification to the existing building and or site improvements will require conditional use permit approval. That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for staff before I invite the applicant forward?
May I ask a question?
Councilman Henderson.
So is the church parking lot now gonna go all the way to the sales office, and then the cars are gonna be on the west side of the sales office?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councilman Ivey, then Councilman Belliston.
So I noticed in the flow chart that all of our departments reviewed it and approved it. Fire department, there's no comment there. I don't know if that's something that they need to look at, or if they did and didn't, but I don't know, but just to make sure that, I don't know. Jeremy, if that's a question for you, or?
If it's green, they put it green, but they didn't put a comment in there, so. But they changed it to green.
So explain to me how it works with the billboards, because they're both fairly short billboards, and then you gotta navigate past them, and it's showing gravel and then asphalt and then gravel on both sides, right? So,
Correct, yes. Staff wanted to make sure that that land was cohesive and looked well-maintained. And I noted that in conditions that the applicant needs to work with those landowners to either asphalt or improve that with landscaping. So it looks.
they only have one access, so how do you, I mean, number one, with the height, I don't know how far off the ground they are, but they're not very far off the ground. So,
Correct, yes. To the west, there's room to drive between parcels there, from the road to the edge of the billboard. It's tight, but they'll manage to.
around it and pass
Correct.
between, okay? And the cars aren't gonna obstruct?
They could not. Yeah, that's a great question.
Has the property owner's billboards been notified? Well, we notified them as far as we sent our notices, but have you had any discussion with those property owners?
I have not. There's only one. The owner of this property owns one, so there's only one.
Separate property, right?
It is.
So wouldn't we need to require an access easement between them as part of a condition so that because the one on the very southwest is landlocked?
So both of them are separate land parcels than the land that's being proposed for the conditional use permit. Now, Harry Johnson, the owner of the westerly sign, is the owner of all of the land here. And so essentially, this is a conditional use permit that will come up to both sides of his sign. There's another sign on the easterly side of the parcel that is not owned by Harry. The city has been involved in the past with complaints about vehicles obstructing that. The worst one was when there was essentially an RV parked just within feet of it, and that did essentially block the sign.
Is that the Heaton parcel?
It's not the Heatons, but it's an entity that the Heatons own, yeah. The Kolob Mountain Ranch up there, and so they own it directly, okay? And so that one has been subject to complaints in the past. The city's conditional use permit for use of the dealership and the building did indicate a condition that they are not to obstruct that sign. And so we've attempted to interpret that in a way that, you know, if you had a lower vehicle, let's say a Honda Accord, that its roof line is, you know, at or near where the actual marketing footage of the sign is, it's okay. If it's an RV that's blocking it, it's not. And so on that sign, I would predict that we're still gonna have to try and administer that. On the westerly sign, it's actually Mr. Johnson's own advertising that would be obstructed by his vehicles. And so maybe he'll complain about himself. I don't know. I suspect that they'll try not to obstruct that one either.
Potential to sell that property, correct?
Correct. That piece could be sold to somebody else.
My other question for staff is, sorry, were you done, Councilman Best?
I'm done. I mean, I just have the same question. How do you do it without, you know, an access or?
And just to add to the thread there is I do know that the owner of that billboard there has approached the city because of obstruction in the past. And so that's why I wonder if that might be something to just make sure that we clearly take into, or that you clearly take into account on the motion and the vote.
So my other question is, we're improving this. Where's the detention? Where's the LID that's required for this project?
Yeah, that'll be hammered out in the construction drawings.
Okay, but there's not, I'm assuming it's underground if that's what they're doing, but otherwise, I mean, typically we see these on these site plans of their proposed location of where those facilities are. I'm thinking it drains to the southwest, but I can't tell you. Well, it kind of probably.
The east.
Does it go to Mill Creek? Is that what's?
Well, I think you maybe have a little bit on the west.
That goes.
As it rolls over, but majority of it's gonna drain to the east.
We have to account for that, and I just I don't see that here, and I don't know if they're aware of that, I guess.
She's aware. We tried to push costs back and help as much as we can to get this approved prior to digging in.
Do you have any additional thoughts, Councilman? I don't want to.
Not right now.
Do we have, is there like a site plan or something that we show kind of where the cars would be displayed, and then does something show, it looks like the egress is off Buena Vista, but I'm also kind of wondering where is the customer parking now that, if the easterly side is now, not going to be their property anymore, where is there a designated customer parking area for those that are visiting and looking to purchase a vehicle? Or do we care?
Well, that's a good question, because right now we have Buena Vista striped as a 3-lane road, but it's built to 5-lane for full build out. But we don't want parking along that street.
I just didn't know if there was on-site parking or
Yeah.
if that needed to be designated or what.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know that if they have agreements with the church because they're non-competing times of use, right? I don't know that the visitor parking would be too much of an issue if the static cars are moved to the west side. In concept, I don't really have an issue with the project, but, I guess without having to, knowing that the proper easements are in place, I don't, I'm kind of iffy, I guess.
But even to that end, Mayor, if you don't mind, there probably would be some impromptu parking. Just, I saw a car pull over. I don't know if there needs to be marked or if I'm trying to remember, there's a parking lane there, but there's also a little sign that says Buena Vista. I don't know if it's on this intersection or further to the west, but it's a little short one, center block, and it says Buena Vista, something west of this. Okay, thank you. It's on the intersection to the west, okay.
Council, further comments or discussion with staff before I invite the applicant or the applicant's representative? Thank you, Eldon. Would the applicant or the applicant's representative come forward and maybe address any questions comments that came forward? And then if you'll just state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Ethel.
Just say first and last name.
It's Ethel Perez Vera.
Okay. You heard some of the comments. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, or I can have them ask the questions
Yeah.
again?
So we're keeping the parking. They're taking where the entrance is, they're just taking that half. So we're keeping our parking spots. They're not going,
So there'll be some parking right to the east of your office? Your office?
yeah. So
towards the
that
church?
right there, those are all parking spots. We're keeping all of that. They're only taking where the white truck is down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just curiosity, so you had an agreement with them to use it, and now they're saying you can't use it all, and so you're
Oh, no, they're fine for me to use it when they're not.
you're just looking for additional space for your
Well, they
lot.
want to purchase it because they want to put their parking, they want to draw the parking out for the people on Sundays.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you currently own that property and you're doing it?
I don't own it. I rent it from Harry Johnson.
Is the owner here? Is the owner here?
He's not here. He's sick.
The long
Sorry.
story is Harry Johnson sold that to the church. And then the church sold it back to Harry, and now it's gonna be sold back to the church. And so just as times have needed, that little piece there has been used on whichever side had more use for it.
So the questions that on the billboards and the access,
So
or
we don't intend to block any of the billboards. And we're gonna develop the other side of the billboard, but I don't really intend to put cars there unless I need to, but we just wanna make the whole strip look good.
so between the office and that first billboard, where you're gonna improve, if you can't access and drive across it, right? Can you access it from around the trailer?
Yeah. For the yeah.
Billboard from,
Yeah, there's
from the
a,
trailer there.
right where he has the arrow, there's an entrance there. There's like a curb already in there.
I mean, I didn't notice that. I saw that, you know, I see the two that are more improved approaches that are further, the one right in front. And then the one by the church, so.
The site does have two accesses if there's access easements between, like, that, are you saying you don't think we need an access easement?
I'm not saying that you don't need an access easement. I do think that if you are off the road on the property trying to go laterally, that the tax parcel IDs of those signs cover the width of the property on either side. So I don't see how there's a way through without the sign owner granting an easement. Again, in this case, Harry owns the easterly sign and he owns the land on the east and the west. And so Harry could place right now, the ownership is in common.
And I'm not worried about that piece. I'm worried about the one closest to the building.
The other one, there is some adversity there in ownership interests and yeah, if you look at that, if you wanted to drive from the west side to the east side, there is not a pathway through that without crossing the Heaton's property. And if you.
Doesn't have legal access to drive.
Yeah, there's not.
Street view.
There's not a legal
Google Street View.
easement across that property. Correct. Not without crossing the Heaton's parcel. They can, you can travel across those surfaces. There's no terrain or drop-offs that make that impossible, but there is an ownership change. What you would do is you'd exit the driveway from 7 Epic Motors onto Buena Vista Boulevard, then you'd go of that through the entrance onto the parcel that's proposed to be improved. So is it feasible? It's very feasible. It's flat enough and well-maintained enough. Ethel improved it a year or two ago at the city's request. You could move any type of vehicle or small wheeled vehicle across there, it's fine, but there's different legal ownership. And so that's the only issue that it would be is, do you have permission to do that? So if you're looking there to the right of the sales building, oh, Ethel, you've got a waterfall. Just rotate it there, Drew, a little bit right there. So first of all, the spaces to the left of the green building are the parking spaces that Ethel's saying she will retain. The concrete pad to the right of it was installed with city permission. You can travel from that past the power pole right up to the billboard with no problem with any type of vehicle. But there is an ownership line that runs in parallel with that billboard that in theory the owner could fence it, for example, right? In theory there would be, you would have a permission to cross it. Siri likes my voice. But you'll see there, a vehicle could pass there no problem right now if they obtain the right permissions. That's certain. Correct. That's what I'm saying in a lot more words than you use. So good job. One driveway cut was right there next to the concrete pad.
I think it's exciting to talk about curb cuts, but I also think it'll be really nice. You can see this is an area that will really benefit from a lot of landscaping, and it'll really improve the area. So just want to make that comment.
So Mayor,
I know curb cuts are exciting.
Councilman Ivy?
So have you talked to Steve about gaining permission to use this?
Is Steve the owner of the billboard?
Yeah, the one close to your building.
I haven't personally, but I think Harry has been in contact with them, I believe. I'm not 100% sure
I
though.
just wonder if he might have concern with the sign being blocked, whether he ought maybe know about it or at least have some kind of an agreement to consider. Because I think that there has been a complaint in the past, if I'm remembering right.
Complaint was a motorhome had been parked right next to a sign.
Was that what it was?
I don't believe
There were
Heatons don't have a right to impose. They have no conditions of restriction on the land next, right and left to them. Heatons kind of created the problem because they originally owned the Two Lazy to Ranch Steakhouse. They sold it to the church. They retained that sign strip for themselves and sold the land on the other sides of it. And so I'm not saying they deserve to be abused, but this is a situation that they knowingly created. When they've complained, the city has gone and talked with Mr. Johnson and asked him to remove things that are obstructing that billboard. I don't know that we have a city code that we would cite that action with. I think it'd become a civil action between the billboard owner and the vehicle owner as to, what they're doing and the harm that it's causing. I don't think we have a city ordinance for that type of a violation that we'd even cite them with, but we have tried just in, our best efforts to just help neighbors be neighbors. We've had that conversation and it's always been cleared up when we've tried.
Further questions for Ms. Perez Vera? Further questions for staff? Further discussion? A motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Councilman Bellison, and
I'd make a motion that we approve conditional use permit C-24-20 for the expansion of the parking area of 7 Epic Motors located at 515 West Buena Vista Boulevard, but with the added condition that unless an access easement is granted for those parcels, that the owner understands that they do not have legal access across those parcels. Even the one on the west, the owner could grant that fairly easy because he owns both sides of it, but certainly the one on the east, they don't have legal access to drive across it without that in place.
you've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion. That we add an additional condition that the stormwater, unless Eldon says we don't need to, or that the stormwater is accounted for per the city code.
Me, because it's coming back in the construction documents, correct?
Councilman, would you mind also amending, it seems with the ownership in common on the east sign, that maybe you consider just requiring that he record an easement between the two lots, so that if he were to divest one or the other, that easement is in place?
Start over with the.
I think that's what I'd like, just if you don't mind, Councilman Bellison, if you'd take another stab at that with, and then before you do that, Eldon, do you want to address LID at all per Councilman Coates? Do you have any additional thoughts, or John, do you have any? Okay, so construction drawings, okay. Councilman Bellison, you feel like you have enough to take a stab at a motion?
Sure, do you want that in as a condition, or do you want to just let them deal with it on the construction?
Because the current site plan shows asphalt everywhere, we just need to identify where it's at, so I would like it in the condition.
It's the westerly one. So with the condition.
So just start from the very top.
All right. Make a motion that we approve conditional use permit C-24-20 for the expansion of the parking area of 7 Epic Motors located at 515 West Buena Vista Boulevard with the condition that the owners understand they have no granted access unless they get written access from the property owners. And Thad, you said you wanted.
And with the requirement
that the western sign parcel grant an easement across it.
Correct.
Access easement across it. And the second condition that the LID and detention be on the plat and included in the construction documents.
Okay, so before I get a second on this, Councilman, I like your motion. Can you just clarify that these are additional conditions in addition to the
Correct.
13 existing?
Correct. They would be
Condition 14?
14 and condition 15.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. Let's go roll call on this, starting with Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That conditional use permit is approved with 15 conditions. Hey, but you know what? It's going to be beautiful, and I hope you continue to have much success there.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move along to the next item. Item 7, ordinances, 7A. This is a continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-24-08 to amend the existing PCD zoning located at Stuckey Farms. The applicant is Civil Science. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this item.
So this item was tabled, and council made a list of comments. The applicant has responded to those concerns. I'll briefly go through those here and answer any questions you may have. So in regards to the bar establishment, the applicant has removed all of the alcohol from the permitted use table. In regards to the development agreement, the applicant and Washington City staff have been working on a development agreement in regards to water responsibility. In regards to the excess water shares, the applicant has performed an economic impact study with Cruz and Associates. That study notes the recreational waterways are essential to the following 3 items. The first one being the economic success of Alea. The second one being attracting high-quality retailers and accelerating commercial development. And then lastly is leveraging the city's unique opportunity to capture tourism dollars from annual visitors to the area. The applicant is on board with water responsibility agreement and is making considerable financial investments in the development. The applicant is relying heavily on the viability and success of the waterways for the economic success of this development, which puts the applicant in a position to delay committing a specific number of water shares to the city and/or regional water district at this time. However, the applicant is open and willing and wants to further discuss and participate in transferring excess water shares to benefit Washington City and the regional district as this development progresses. This will give the applicant time to better understand the quantity of water shares this development is going to need. Moving on to the next item, it was brought up for sale homes and townhomes. The applicant replied with that residents are finding townhomes as the most attainable path to home ownership. And the current plan shows 653 townhomes and 242 patio homes at varied price points and size, accommodating to the first-time home buyers. In regard to the city land that could be used as the fire station there, the applicant agrees to collaborate with city staff in identifying the most suitable location of land to be conveyed to the city by the developer. The applicant is committed to offering highly favorable terms for the city's acquisition of this land. Timeline for improvements. I think everyone's noticed the improvements that have been made, the weed cleanup, the detention basins, and the applicant is on board with and committed to cleaning the development up and getting it up to the standards. That concludes my update. I'm happy to dig into the report or discuss anything that you may have questions on.
Council, any questions for Eldon before we engage with the applicant?
Yeah, did they provided you with the water?
And speaking to the mic there, Councilman.
They provided staff with the water report?
I did not see a water report.
You said they did a water study or something along those lines.
So it's just the economic sales tax impact from.
Marcus, come on up and just speak into the mic there if you're going to answer that question. Don't go too far, Eldon. Just make sure. And just state your first and last name.
Marcus Keller with Cruz and Associates. So I think that may have been a little confusing and a little misworded. I think what he's referring to is just the economic analysis we did on the sales tax impact of the amenity, which is the wave pool, the lakes, and then the retail and the commercial, and then the short nightly rentals that the sales tax would incur from that. So, sorry, those kind of I noticed that too. I was like, ooh, I'm not sure what that's referencing, but that is what it's talking about. And we do have that information. We'll go over it probably a little bit later on in this meeting too. So,
thank you for the clarification.
Sorry about that.
Eldon, come on back up. Councilman Ivy, anybody have any additional questions for city planner?
I apologize for that miscommunication on that.
Okay, seeing none, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward at this time. If you'll just state your name.
Yeah, McKay Christensen, LA Development Group.
Welcome back, McKay. And then if you want, I actually, you did a great job today, by the way, at the Utah Alliance. You gave a nice little presentation to a full room of the newly remodeled gym there. So you did a great job. It was a nice little refresher for me. It had been a month. Council, if you're okay, and if you'd like, you're welcome to share some of those slides. Otherwise, you're welcome to just dive right into the questions that the council had last time. Is there a hard opinion from anyone on that? Your choice, McKay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what I'll do is, and I don't think we need to go back through a lot of the slides that so many of you have seen before, but in response to, oh, there we go. This is perfect. You guys have the letter that we sent out that outlined what we understood from staff and from the council members, what the general concerns were in our last meeting. We've really tried to identify those. We've listened to every one of you and to come back and try to talk about, to address each one of those and find solutions for each one of them. And so, and Eldon, I wasn't anticipating him going through all of that, but after seeing the staff report, he totally has. So he's actually addressed all of these. What I will say is, we're just pointing out, this was the bar establishment language that you guys asked us to remove. That's the section that was completely removed from our permitted uses table, so that is gone. We've got, this I think might be helpful for Councilmember Casperson, Ivy, Henderson. I think this was kind of the bulk of, not the bulk, but specifically some of your concerns about, talk to us about the difference between a for rent product and what you guys have in the way of townhomes or patio homes or stuff that would be considered more attainable for a homeowner. And so we created this in an effort so you can see that everything that's in red is a townhome. We've got 653 towns, and you can see geographically, these obviously take a lot more land than the apartments do. It's just a more dense product. The yellow is our apartments. There's 904 of those, and they are, you can see them, they're basically, it's all pushed up against the highway and against Southern Parkway, and is really, that's the only place that it's basically consolidated. And then we've got patio homes. There's 242 of those in blue. We have small lots that are 91, and these are small. I mean, these are very, very, this is as attainable, I think, as we could possibly create in the market. Just by way of information, you can see where it says 6 and 8, kind of in that middle section. That is all visionary homes. It has already been acquired. They're already out there building, so they're on the pathway to delivering towns, patio homes, and those small lots. our next phases, the next two phases that we plan, well, I should say, two of the next three phases that we plan on developing will be Village 7, where we have 65 towns, plus there's like 108 patio homes, and then Village 12, which is up on the plan view, it's on the north end, and those are townhomes.
Can I ask a question with Visionary?
Yeah.
They're building a section that's already under the current PCD, correct?
Well, everything's currently under the PCD, but.
Well, but it's under the current PCD approval. They're not building anything under new PCD approval.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, we proceeded.
Councilman Henderson?
Yeah, so from what I read, it sounds like the water features are gonna cost you 80 to 100 million.
That's correct.
How does that affect the cost of these small townhomes and patio homes?
It's a
I mean,
great
I
question.
realize that you're saying, yeah, we've got a bunch of small townhomes and patio homes, but
Is it going to increase the value of
yeah,
everything else?
is
around
it gonna increase the cost of those compared to, say, out in Long Valley?
Yeah, I agree. So, yes and no. We've got a ton of stuff that is going in right now that is price point driven. There's always going to be a segment of the market that is just purely price point driven. And for those, there's a cap on townhomes, there's a cap on patio homes, on what it is that you can do in a price point that you can push before you're just pushing out a massive segment of the market and the market that you're trying to appeal to. Where I could see something like that happening, and this would probably be a windfall to Visionary, is in the green section in Village 8, those 91 small lots. I could see those where they're, 50-foot wide lots, 55 and even 60, 75 or 70-foot wide lots. I could see that being a home that was once maybe in the $750,000 range, pushing up to something higher, because the lot could probably accommodate it. Some of those other lower price points, I just don't think that, it's not the target market, and I don't think it can accommodate it. Now, we will develop some of that product that's on a little bit smaller lot, but is a much, more expensive home. That's like Village 4 and the other stuff around the resort area. So hopefully that gives you an idea.
Councilman Bellison, did you have a thought there?
Sorry.
With an 80 to 100 million dollar nut to crack, right? Pretty heavy lift, even with 1,800 doors, crack that. Like, I just don't see how the surf park comes close. I would think you could change course on the project, eliminate that, and have a different focus and crack a better nut without having that obligation hanging over your head.
Yeah, and just as a little backdrop to that, and we'll get into, Marcus will talk more about the economic benefit of bringing that in and why it is so valuable, not only to us, but we think to the community. We're partnering with this group. We're partnering with this group. They have an economic model that they've proven up in Boa Vista, Brazil. They've proven it up in Waco, Texas. They've proven it up in pretty much everywhere that they go. So the economic model, not only, for the 80 to 100, it's really the number is more like 100 million. But it's going to be fact that their sources of revenue are not just going to be off the surf, but it's going to be off of those 3 peninsulas that you see out there. They're going to be building those homes, owning those homes, putting those into, basically, into a rental pool more or less, and they'll be generating income off of all of that. So they've got that piece of this, America Wave Machine, Perfect Swell, they've got that piece of it dialed, and they love it, and they are converted to it. For us, we view it like the best anchor that is on the planet. And we can't think of a better anchor economically to drive growth and to accelerate commercial development. There's just nothing else that in my opinion, and in our group's opinion, that is like it.
Of those lists, how many of them are in the short-term rental
None.
areas? So these are none.
These
okay.
are all, this is yes, not short-term rentals.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. The only one that is this, there's 100 units right here, and those are.
And sorry, I didn't see where you're pointing.
Do you see my mouse right here? Sorry. Yeah, so that's coupled into this apartment number. but it actually is in a short-term rental zone.
Hey, Drew, you're a couple inches short on that. Can you just get on the tippy toes, please?
Do you see that,
Yeah,
Councilmember
so
Casper?
12, is that 12B?
No, it's not 12. It is, so, yeah, 12B, exactly.
12B,
It's
okay.
this little yellow piece right here. There's 100 units. That's the only one that is a nightly rental. So you would back out 100 out of that.
Sorry.
Todd?
Todd Amberry, part of the development team. I just want to clarify, I think I understand the question, both Councilmember Henderson and Bellison. One, from a cost standpoint, this is different than a typical master plan development where you'd go in and you'd amortize the cost of the amenities across all the lots, which the more expensive the amenity, the more expensive the lots. I think that's where you're going. If not, you can shut me down. If that's where you're going, the answer is we're doing this very differently. And by partnering with these guys and the economic model that they have, one, the lot sales for the 65 lots on the water on those 3 peninsulas, along with the future income off of rentals, is what amortizes the cost of that. So it does not get borne or spread across any other lot within the community whatsoever. So the idea is that you're still selling market rate units, whether that's a townhome, whether it's a small lot detached, a patio home, they're still market rate. They're not being increased in cost because of the cost of that. What McKay, I think, was trying to get to is the value down the road, I think, will increase because of the amenity that's there, because of the commercial traffic that's driven, restaurants, all the other things that are happening. And so I think it is important to note that it's a little different than what you would typically do in a master plan community where you'd say, hey, we have $100 million worth of amenities, every lot just went up by $15,000. That's not what's happening here. So hopefully that clarifies. I don't know if that was your question, but.
Great clarification. Thank you. Todd and Officer, you're welcome to stay up here too if you want.
Yeah, just stay here. So as we, this is just moving down. This is a zoom in on that mixed use. This is a zoom in on the mixed use area, and these are just some images of what we anticipate this is going to look like. This is Village 13, so if you're looking, see where it's circled, Village 13. If you were in the middle of that intersection at Washington Fields and Warner Valley Road, looking back to the north, that's what you see. And it's a true mixed use environment, retail on the ground floor, grocery anchored, retail pads, that kind of idea. This is looking back to the south to what we call Village 14. We've got, gym, retail pads, retail, entertainment, hotel, something right there on that location. The pickleball facility behind that. And then this is just images of the idea of trying to create a village, right? So those bigger buildings that you see would be the apartments, and they are connected by a paseo that are brownstones or townhomes. So those are all, front stoops that walk out onto that paseo as it kind of connects the two. And that's kind of, from the pickleball facility looking back. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of that's a chicken and pickle facility that we're modeling the pickleball facility after. Hopefully that gives you some idea of what the townhomes and the brownstones and what that, if we went back and looked at this here, you'd see everything. The bigger blocks would be the apartments. These smaller sausagey cut up things are the townhomes right on the paseo. And that's this image here, walking back. Whoops, sorry, like that, brownstones leading into the apartments.
So I'm looking at your phasing plan. Sorry to interrupt you there. I thought you stopped for a sec. On your phasing plan, phase 1, phase 2, and so on. Is the idea to finish one phase before you start the other? Or they kind of work in conjunction with each other?
I think we're going to see a lot of overlap.
Get into that mic there, McKay.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of overlap as the market unfolds. We've got, we have, based off the infrastructure that we have in place, we can take the infrastructure that we have in place, couple it with the demand that we have in the market, and work through the development in that way.
And that makes sense. It has to pencil, but you might think this is the dumbest question the council members ever asked, but there's been developers stand at that microphone and confess their loyalty to the commercial development. But I can think of 2 development right now, one specifically in the Washington Fields where they come in with a commercial strip, and then 2 low density and very low densities. The houses are being put in right now, and the retail is being sold off. So I understand that this is kind of the basis for your development, is to develop this in conjunction. It's the draw, it's the work. just speak briefly about that aspect? Because I'm just a little bit gun shy and probably will be the rest of my time on city council, that when somebody brings commercial, that's part of the equation. It's not, we're going to decide not to do it later, because we need that for our city to develop and to grow as well, so.
Well, and I'll answer, and then Todd, you can jump in. We have experience in this, and it won't belabor the issue, but we've done this before, and we recognize the value of anchors, especially when you're leading in a market. We view this surf park as an anchor that is as strong or powerful as Adobe, as IKEA, as Cabela's, as anything like that. In fact, better. Without it, we will struggle.
So McKay, let me clarify. I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste your time. I'm talking more about the secondary, like your little businesses and stores and
Retail,
shops and
restaurants.
retail. I understand the anchor of the surf park. I'm talking about the other shops and stuff. They'll be developed and built out at the same time as the construction.
I can address it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think I understand the question. What's interesting is if you look at the plan that we have currently, like the current PCD, obviously there's a significantly less amount of overall commercial.
Right.
The reason we've added the commercials because, and this is where McKay was going, was as we add the residential, as we add the amenities, as we add these things, they're drivers, they're drawers to bring people in there, which creates the demand for the commercial. So the reason we felt confident that we could put that much commercial in is because of all the other things we're doing. If not, we wouldn't have put it in there. We're obviously not required to put it in there, but we thought when we look at the economics of it, we're going to bring people in that are going to need that commercial.
So it's vital to your development, just like it is to our city. I say it's vital to your development, just like it is to our city.
Yeah.
And it's something that you'll build in conjunction with the residential units as you build it out.
Absolutely. No, and we think there'll be demand day one, obviously not for all 300,000 square feet, but we think there's gonna be demand for day one, and as things get built out, we'll have more and more demand. And like I said, we weren't required to put it in there. We felt like it was important to it, and we felt like the things that we're doing are really going to boost that and draw that commercial demand in.
Okay, thank you.
Let's work through. So fire station, again, this is one of the changes that were made. We, it was previously shown in the corner. Basically what we're saying is, look, we'll work on identifying somewhere in 18 or 19 where it can work with the city on, and we'll work with the city on terms of what that looks like. The next one
McKay,
was.
can you slow down right there? And
Yeah.
That's sort of vague to me. What does that mean? We'll identify and we'll think about terms.
Yeah, so.
Can you be more specific on that?
Yeah, so I think, just cutting to the chase with the council, I know that there are things that are probably important to the council and there are things that are important to us. In terms of a hierarchy of things that we can work with, what our latitude is, I would say it begins with the fire station. That's something that we can work with the city on. Our water at this juncture, and we can get into this if we want to jump forward to that right now, in terms of the canal shares, we just can't afford to work with that as an item of, we can't give over the canal shares today. And that is primarily because we're basically in a situation where we have to rely wholly, especially after we enter, assuming that we enter into an agreement here, we will rely wholly upon two sources of water, our well water and our canal shares. Those are the only sources that we have. We cannot look to the city. With that as a basis, we cannot then go invest $100 million into a facility that we cannot, with absolute certainty, provide water to. Now, if down the road we've established that our canal shares, our well water works perfectly, and it is like we've got more than enough water and we know that it is certain and that it is operating and we have that security that we need and that we have to provide to Perfect Swell, then I think we could come back and sit down and say, okay, we understand it. Let's have a discussion about those canal shares, how they can be used. We understand that the city is interested in expanding their irrigation system. We think that we could be helpful in the process of incorporating splitting the PI off of the culinary, and we're totally open to doing that too. Today, I just don't see that as an opportunity to do for.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Councilman Dawson.
You currently have the current PCD, you can go and develop it, build it however you want, right? Moving forward, what's more important to you, a surf pool or the housing and the apartments and things like that?
What do you mean by what's more important?
I mean, you need approval, right? You don't get, you're asking for both. Obviously, I've expressed some concerns about the surf pool, and I brought up optics in the past. Here's the challenge for me, right? You say, well, we own the water, we own the right, we own, whatever. A minute ago, you said, community. This community, when I was a kid, we were using 350 gallons a day. We had the right to use that. We've been asked to cut our water back. And the community as a whole, Washington County, has scaled back from 350 gallons a day per person to 170 or something along those lines.
167 average.
167. Every person in this community that has a water hookup or is paid an impact fee has an entitled right. But we're asking people to scale back their water use, whether it's symbolic or whatever, to help extend the life of the community. The mayor sits on the Water Conservancy Board. Earlier today, we had we're looking at a secondary water system, building that through Washington City. Our residents are going to pay higher rates. They're going to pay higher property taxes, right? And so when I say optics, I'm here to tell you that from my entire lifetime, we've been asked to scale back, to cut back, to contribute forward generations, right? And this community is, in large part, has done it and done it in strides. And there's a lot of sacrifice in that, right? And so when I say the optics of this are challenging for me, I mean, they're really challenging, right? Because this council and every council moving forward, if this gets approved, is going to get bludgeoned by the voters in this community because of that. I'm a hard no, right? And I'll tell you why I'm a hard no. I'm not going to turn myself into a hypocrite. I'm not going to ask the people within this community to keep sacrificing and keep scaling back. And I'm not going to pay my taxpayer dollars to tear out grass or to pay impact fees that go to tear out grass, or ask my people to pay higher rates if I don't ask you guys to do the same thing. And when I say scale back, I don't mean scale back from 20 acres to 18 acres. I mean scale back from 20 acres to 1 acre or 0 acres, because you already have developed ponds out there, right? Optics is a problem, and it's a problem for this community to have something like that. It's kind of offensive to me that we're asking people to scale back on their water, and what can we do to contribute to the growth of the community, and we're doing things like this. I mean, Southern Shores over there, I fly over it all the time. Drives me crazy every time I fly over it. It's offensive to me. Desert color, black desert. Everybody raves about black desert, but they're dumping 2 million gallons of water a day on that golf course. That's a lot of homes. I did the math. At current use, that's 13,300 people that don't have an opportunity to live in southern Utah because of a golf course, right? And so when I say what's more important, the pools or the density and selling the lots and selling the homes, I'm happy to work with you on density, and I'm happy to work with you on how to gain some value here, in the project. If you're happy to scale back the water, even if it's symbolic, or to contribute to the growth of the community moving forward. I mean, I still think you have a real problem on developing the water, right? You don't know what you're gonna do with the waste stream that comes off of it. I mean, that's a challenge, right? You can't pump it back in the ground. So you've got some challenges on developing the water you have anyway. And like I said, an $80 to $100 million nut to crack, and you wipe 80 to 100 million off the table and change course, and you're making just as much money, or if not more. That's where I'm at.
No, fair enough, and I think we appreciate your candor. Obviously, no offense was intended by the development. We wrote some very large checks, bought a project that was entitled, and we're actually obligated to do 25 acres of lakes. we've spent a significant amount of time and money trying to be stewards of the water, to try and figure out a way to do it. I think optically, I totally agree with you. It looks like, hey, what are we doing? But the reality is, you know, if you do the math, the actual economics of it, I mean, we're using less water than a soccer field. You know what I mean? We're using less water than significant other uses within the city. And so I get from an optics standpoint, it doesn't.
Anybody really cares. I mean, honestly,
And
I
that's-
don't think,
that's okay.
it's hard to have that conversation with people and say, hey, you know, your rates just doubled. And say, well, you know, they got the surf pool out there that's the biggest surf pool in the world, or, you know, whatever it is. And you say, yeah, but you know what? It's using less than a soccer field. Like that just doesn't work for people.
No, and we get that.
You know?
And I think where I was going with it is, our goal with this project was to make a great community. And when you try to decouple certain aspects of it, for us, it doesn't work. Obviously, economically, you know, from an absorption standpoint, from a residential unit mix, from a commercial driver, you know, we look at all of those things as all of those are important.
The challenge is, I understand you're trying to make a great community here, but you're losing sight of the community that exists here, and incorporate and what we've asked of the people of this community is it grew from 20,000 when I first came here, and 5,000 when my grandpa first came here, to nearly 300,000. You're losing sight of what we've been asking this community to do and step up on with respect to water. I know you don't mean to be offensive, and I'm trying not to portray that I'm offended. I just think that if you've lived it and you've grown up with it like we have, you understand it better than if you haven't. Right?
And we get that, and we're not trying
Fair
to
enough.
pretend like we do. We're not trying to pretend like we've lived here our whole lives. What we are trying to do is be good stewards of what we have, what we bought, right? We bought into a community that has a PCD, as you mentioned. We think we're being accretive to it in terms of the amount of commercial we're bringing, the significant reduction in the water usage. We have addressed the refuge and the waste. There's a tank system that's being designed right now that will control that. We really do feel like we're working really hard to try and build a really great community that not only, and again, we talked about the density. We're asking for 165 units. We didn't think it was that significant of a number. If it is, we can talk about that. Like, if that's the issue, we can talk about that. But again, we feel like we've added a significant amount of commercial. Marcus is going to talk a little bit about the economic impacts, which we think are really, really important to the city. And we feel like we've really tried hard to work with the Water Conservancy District, with the city, with staff, to try and reduce this to a point to where it does show the effort, and a significant effort. It's not, you know, we're doing it, reduce it by 1 acre or half. I mean, it's a significant effort. The way the system's being designed is a very efficient system. And again, we're agreeing not to use a culinary water. We're agreeing to use our own water and to make this self-contained. So again, I really understand and respect what you're saying. We're just asking that you understand how hard we're working to try and work with you to try and figure out solutions for these things.
I don't want you to think that if it gets approved, you know, I hope you're wildly successful. I really do, right? And I understand you're entitled for the 25 acres or whatever it is today, right? But again, that's why I brought up, I'm entitled to use as much water as I want at my house, but I'm being asked not to. And I'm taking those steps, and I'm spending the extra money. I tore all my grass out. I don't have any grass at my house. I'm doing everything I can to reduce my water use. And I think everybody in this county has been doing that for a very long time. And I just think that, again, like I said, I think this council and future councils are going to get bludgeoned.
Well,
right.
Let me we can maybe move off this unless there's any
That's
other comments on it. But you know, we've put this together, and I don't know if we've ever gone through this, but this hopefully will add a little bit of number and detail to what it is that we're talking about here. When we purchased this development, what Todd is saying is we purchased it with entitlements. Those entitlements entitled us, based off the development agreement that we have, to 25 acres of lakes, plus I want to say it's over like maybe 80 to 100 acres of soccer fields, ball fields that are just grass, they're just water guzzlers, right? Absolute water guzzlers.
So
we
can I stop you real quick?
Yeah.
I agree with you. They are. But those are essential things for our community and our kids. grass. Just, it is. Like, we can desert landscape the heck out of everything. Where's our kids gonna play? Our asphalt? That's what we're asking them to do. So I just want to state that,
Well, and that's where we're going with it.
yeah, I'm just making a statement just to make a statement. I'm not saying anything bad or good. I'm just saying, and I think it's a good use, you know? Grass does use more water than, like, even a pool. I mean, we've done it, like, the evaporation, it just uses a lot more. Our golf course we have uses a lot more. You know, different things. I 100% agree that your lake's gonna use less water. I just, when I look at that, I think we can't, and I'm just talking out loud to the group, right? We can't forget about, those are beneficial spaces. I mean, we cannot lose the grass space, good grass space, right? Like, yeah, we don't want it in our planters, but we need fields. I mean, my kids can't find a place to play. It's ridiculous, like, when it comes to the community. Like, the fields are book solid for sports for kids, and we have a lot of kids, especially in that area, right? That area is one of the fastest growing areas we have. So the sports fields are critical too. So I guess I'm saying this because I don't want you to sit and knock them, because they are essential. And we were super excited about the soccer because we need those fields. And now it got taken away from us as well. And we thought that was a good deal, and we're sad that it didn't come together, even though it was a water user, but it was beneficial to the community. So that's the only reason why I'm saying that.
And I agree with you. We feel the same way. When we first acquired this property and began talking with staff, began talking with the council, the direction was, you know, come off the 25 acre. We want to demonstrate that we're being good stewards. Too much, like, we understand that parks and soccer fields are valuable, reduce them. We understand that your lakes are valuable, reduce them. What we're here to demonstrate is just the before and after. We're saying we came in, you know, we're entitled to 25, we brought it down to 21. We're entitled to tons of soccer fields. We have a 4-acre park that's contemplated in there where the whole thing could be soccer fields. You know, we're not using the culinary water. That was something that you guys asked for. We said, okay, we will not connect to the culinary water. We will absolutely rely on our own self to provide our own water when it comes to these things, when it comes to the lagoons. Of course, you've got what Todd talked about, an 18-hole course requires 750 acre, and so on and so forth. I don't need to go through all of it. And at the end of it, what it is that we are doing is, unlike any other community that I've ever been around, investing, you know, $80 to $100 million into a facility that will absolutely be an economic driver for the community. Not only that, it's going to create a sense of place that people will, you talk about a soccer field, they're gonna love to walk along this, be by it, experience it. It's a benefit to the community in more ways than I can actually imagine right now. I think when it gets built, it will. So is there anything else while we're on this that you guys would like to cover?
I have lots of things, but I would like you to finish your
Honestly,
presentation, and then I can dive into it.
I think that's really about it. If we want to, you know, move on to something else, I think that we for sure can.
What part of the, like in the middle part, what part is the surf area?
It is right here, this whole, I mean, when you talk about our total lakes, it encompasses all of this, but this here is the lagoon, the paddleboarding lagoon, and it operates also as detention, but paddleboarding and kayaking.
And that part is already under construction, the part by number 4?
That's right, it's almost completed.
And then the surfing area is just like that square area in the very middle?
It's all, the whole thing is connected. The whole thing is connected, but the surf, it will generate a wave that goes this way, and then it will generate a wave that goes this way. In this area, we're gonna have 2 unit waves that float out in the water, one there and one here that floats out in the water, and you'll have surfing opportunities connected to the boardwalk. You'll walk out onto the boardwalk. It creates more like a 4-foot wave. You'll get on it, you could train and have your kids ride on it and that kind of thing.
So is there, you know, as going along with what Council Ellison was saying, do you guys have room that you could, you know, lessen the impact of the water? You know, you don't have to have, you know, that entire area. Can you make it to a smaller area?
I'm going to interject, sorry guys. Brandy Walker with Civil Science, representing the applicant as the engineer. This is a very misleading, speaking to optics, I respect what Councilman Bellison's saying. This image is misleading because the amount of water surface area optically looking at that the surf machine, the big wave, is actually nowhere near that big square of blue. That big square of blue would encompass where the rolling wave is, where the beach is, where the cabanas are. So like if you were standing there, like flying into the airport looking down on it, you're not seeing that much blue. Same concept even over on the other side where the stormwater. So around 4, that's the stormwater basin. That's why it's built. The development, I'm going to talk from an engineering perspective. That's water coming off of the streets. That's all the storm drain. They're building a massive, in fact, it's part of the city's stormwater master plan. That's a stormwater basin. So the water coming into that is, intended to hold storm events. So, I mean, again, optics, I get it, but this is a misleading, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but the surface area of blue is truly not what you're seeing there. This is just to represent the use area.
So to draw an analysis, Brandy, the church spot there, you're saying the church building isn't going to be as big as the purple. There will be parking,
Thank you.
landscaping,
Yes.
and other things, and then a building inside of it.
Correct.
Brandy, let me ask you a question while you're there. Thank you. The original PCD allowed for 24 lakes or something along that line. Is that what I'm hearing? So you consider the surface area of the 24 lakes that are already entitled and where you're at now?
Councilman, the original PCD wasn't counting lakes, it was acreage.
Well, acreage or whatever.
26 acres.
Whatever the total acreage. Is it compatible with what you're asking for now as what the original PCD was? Is it
Yeah.
kind of the same idea?
Yeah, in fact, this is a better use. So the current PCD has separated them all around, but 2 of which were stormwater. The other ones were strictly recreational, not being used at all for stormwater. So the one around 4 is now a hybrid. We put it together to get a better use, to get, to put the stormwater with the recreational use.
So is this, the way this plan evolved, started with the idea that you already have some entitlements there for the water in the lakes as it was drawn, whatever the size it was at the time. And it kind of evolved into this idea of using that basically, I don't know exactly, but basically the same water, same surface area to be an economic driver for your project. Is that, am I okay in thinking that way? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, correct. It's a lot less water. The prior owner had a real desire to get the kids and do soccer and do all these events. I personally have been in talks with, you guys have had talks years ago, with different groups, and they've looked at so many areas. I mean, I utilize Mesquites all the time, because of,
I make
yeah.
that trek quite often.
Every
myself.
Saturday, taking the boys down, yeah. So I understand that, and I know personally like 3 different spots right here in Washington County that are currently being developed as those soccer fields. The water out here would never support soccer fields. Carl's dream of putting fields out here, it would be on a culinary system.
And you've heard the council refer to that. We were a little bit heartbroken when we found out that Red Slopes wasn't coming. We really liked that idea of providing that space, but we also realized that it was a different water situation, even just maybe 4 or 5 years ago when that conversation was being had. It does take a lot of water to irrigate those fields, so that's all the question I have.
Can I ask you a question? You know how big pool is?
Lagoon,
3 acres, 2.5,
yeah.
10 times.
Trust me, from an engineer, I'm wearing a different hat than the applicant. So
I've had conversations with council members at St. George City and other people in the community. Had that project Desert Color been submitted today, it would have got denied in a heartbeat. They've had so much flack over it from the community. This is 10 times Desert Color.
I mean, you're spot on with your optics comment. It's hard to
Okay,
educate,
it's 8 times, or whatever the number is. It's significantly bigger, right? You see where I'm having a hard time? I get entitlement.
I mean, black desert.
Mm-hmm.
We don't, I mean, is it considered a win or is it considered a loss? I'm a runner. I love marathons. I support the crap out of the Ironman. To hear the Ironman wasn't contracted, I was personally devastated. Everybody else was cheering. So eye of the beholder, in my mind. I mean, period. I love the trails. People complain about having to put trails in. I've explored every inch of them, so.
So I'd like to talk with Todd and McKay a little bit. I've kind of held back my questions.
ahead,
as
Councilman.
Everyone else has done.
Can I just make one comment before you start?
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know,
Todd.
can you? No, I'm just kidding.
McKay mentioned one thing. We do have a number of areas that have been kind of left open, including parts of 18 and 19. If fields are an important thing, we have room for them. We would just, we'd want to know that, and we could incorporate those. So, as he mentioned, in Village 8 and Village 18, 19. So anyway, just to your point earlier about fields. and-
Appreciate that.
So.
So, my question's Councilman Belliston's one vote. I'm a different vote. I have a different look at it. I have a lot of similars to him. I have a lot of differences from him too. When I look at this project, I think, well, it's pretty, I like the project, right? Some of you guys know I'm in the industry. I do work for a civil engineering firm, and we look at projects like this all the time. I look at it as a very creative project. The thing that I'm struggling with, and again, I like to be candid too, is you're asking us to entitle you, but hey, we'll work with you in the future on the stuff you need. That's where I'm struggling. That's why I asked for the agreement last time. We proposed what we thought was fair, and I always try to believe everyone's in good faith, but my experience is I get shafted every time. That's why I request the agreements written in writing. We're all clear of exactly what we need, and that's where I'm struggling, is that, do I think the economic driver is great? I do, but you're asking for additional density than what you're already entitled. You're also asking for, to utilize the water. It's different, even though it's not, and I'm not saying it's not. I mean, it might be a better use or not. I'm not saying. There is the optics. I've been very good at beating off optics my whole political career. I'm not afraid of it, but I also look at the stewards. Like, I truly agree with what Councilman Belliston said of, hey, this is a community we conserve constantly. Like, water's a number one topic we talk about all the time and try to figure out. We have to figure a way. I'm a strong believer in the growth has to continue for our community to be strong and good. People want to live here, right? So I'm not against the development. What I'm against is, yeah, give us all our entitlements and we'll talk later about. That's how I feel about it right now, is based on what we were presented in the packet to us of what your response was. So I'm done.
So just to respond to that, we totally understand. I think, and it probably came off the wrong way, as
I
a
don't think it
candidate.
came off. I think it's a negotiation always, right?
Well,
So
and it's not really a negotiation from our perspective, and what McKay was trying to convey is to give up the canal shares today puts us in a position where we get uncomfortable with the amount of investment that has to go in there, not knowing exactly all of the details of it today. And so
I understand you're uncomfortable with it. The canal is intended for irrigation, right? That's the intent of the canal. That's what the right is to irrigate farmland. They've converted that to irrigating land. You're asking us to irrigate more landscaping out there. This is a great community that we could potentially turn into current irrigation use for out there right away. And if we can utilize that, so what we're asking is that, hey, you ask us, you need some things and we need some things to make your community work for you and our current residents. One of our biggest areas of growth has been out in the fields the last decade. We have, what it was 27% existing irrigation. Dry lines in the ground today, we have no way to put water in them right now. And every house we take off culinary and put on irrigation gets us another house. And you're asking us to increase, but you're not helping solve the problem that we're currently in, short water. Across the board, short water. We're asking, you have some rights in the canal. If we had them, we could utilize them and get irrigation that would help this development, which helps the overall project. So that's on the irrigation. And the fire station, I think we just need to be definite. In my opinion, is other developments have donated land to us because of the growth, especially in PCDs. They always donate something to the cities. And so I would just, to help us, I mean, we have to go build, what was it, $17 million for the station last time? we have to put that infrastructure, which it gets paid by the growth and it gets paid by existing taxes that help us. So those are the things that we need help with.
And we understand that, we do. We've talked about the water a lot, and the fire station we could work on today. That in terms of stuff that I feel like we can absolutely move on, the fire station is one of them. To Todd's point, if including or setting aside basically what we've said is, look, we don't know exactly where it is. It's going to go in 18 and 19. We've got that issue like we've discussed before with the Gardner property. We want to make sure that, if you wanted to put it, for example, on the far right side of Village 19, no, I'm talking the fire station.
I don't think we have to know exactly where it is, but the language was so vague, it was, we'll work with the city at some future time.
Yeah.
It needs to be more specific than
That's
that.
okay.
There will be 2 acres that will be allocated to the city, and we need something on that. Your predecessor, we've been working with him for years and years to try to identify a fire station
Sure.
site, and when there's no PCD in front, it's not
Yep.
priority.
And if you guys want to add some language to that, if it is in part or wholly a contribution, we would need to decide on what the value of that is. So we would get contribution value for that. I think that we would certainly want that from a tax perspective. In terms of the hierarchy of things that we can do, that's at the top of the list of things that we can work with the city on. I would put directly underneath that, if you guys said, hey, we need you guys to work with us on some other kind of maybe park in 18 and 19, we're open to that idea. The water issue, honestly, right now is too challenging an issue for us to be able to, too difficult a bridge for us to cross. And in part, what I would say to this is, Councilmember Coates, is first of all, we've dealt with water all over the state. We get it. We know how valuable water is. We would want to know what there should be an impact fee analysis basically that's done on what the irrigation system is going to look like. I don't know if that's even been done yet by the city, right? We would want to know if the water then is going into a 2-part system. Right now, the impact fee is $14,000 a door. You've got 60% of that is irrigation, 40% of that is culinary.
Just so you know, that's not our fee.
Oh, that's right. It goes to the water
Conservancy district. It doesn't come to us.
Yeah, but my point is, economically, it's challenging because 60% of that is going to irrigation, 40% of that is going to culinary. You split those apart, what do the fees look like? Okay, well, if that's the case, then if we do deed those shares over, if we were to deed some or a portion of those shares over, do we get certificates for them? Right? Because once those get contributed to the city, they're going to get contributed at some type of dilution factor. Meaning, if you need to take the canal shares and combine it with the culinary, and somehow it gets diluted down to some portion, what is that? We don't know what the answer to that is.
You do realize that all of Stuckey Farm already has dry lines in it.
Yeah, I know. We've been putting them in.
But I think to Councilman Coates' point, what you're saying is, he's saying you want the entitlements for everything you want to do today, and everything that we're asking for, you're saying, well, let's do some studies, let's think about it, let's look at it.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
that's what I'm hearing.
Well, we've said that we will work with you guys on the fire station and on a park. The water, Jeremy, is a non-starter.
Okay.
It can't
So if the water is a 0, we just need to know that. I mean, saying we'll work on it some future time, you're saying really it's a 0.
No, what
It's
I'm
not gonna
saying
happen.
is there is, what do we have? 31 shares that equal 244 acre feet. Understanding the economics around that. For example, if you do go to an irrigation system, where I come from, you have 0.14 units per share, right? So, or shares per unit, meaning for a multifamily housing, you're using 1.14 of a share for every multifamily housing unit. Right now, it's not that way. It's 0.35, okay? Like, it just becomes, there is a lot to unpack when it comes to that. Every other city and every other city that I've worked in where the uses are separated, there's a sliding scale on how that gets used. And what we would do is at the moment that we deed those shares over, you would say, okay, well, you have certificates for 1,800 units, at which point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
But there's no system in place
But
for that.
at this point then, if we make all the approvals today, then that's all a separate discussion that has no bearing on this PCD approval. I think that's all I'm saying. So, if we want to stop and look at all those things and study all those things, I think we can all do that. One of the things I liked about the concept of the water is it helps us, again, perception-wise, helps us to be able to say to people, yeah, they're using less water than they would have used with all these fields, but they've also donated to the secondary system. They recognize this problem and they want to overcome it, and they're helping that with that.
So
But
do you guys then service Alea with that secondary system?
yes, Alea, I don't know when, but Alea would be serviced.
It would go to a pool, right? It would go because you're storing it on your property, which isn't in your plan. We have to go acquire and put waters other places. And then we pump from there and service the irrigation out here.
So,
Be clear, though, that secondary system would be set aside to service residences and landscaping and things like that, and not necessarily lakes.
I'm open to the lakes to a point, depending on what that negotiation is, because at the time it's installed, because I don't know how much irrigation is needed right there today, right? Like, I don't know, you should be able to tell me. It's easy math to do to figure out how much landscape irrigation you need on your property, like 8 daily or whatever, and then determine how much water you need.
Why we're having, what the conversation we're having today is, when we first did the workshop, we weren't given materials and say, hey, Rita, let's have a conversation. We were given basically a presentation. We had nothing to go on until our last meeting. That's when we started our conversation, right? And then it got tabled, and we're kind of still in the same conversation. And I think we started it out on the wrong foot with you. I don't know that that's very fair, but again, I understand you bringing your concept in and of what you want to do, but now we're in a feedback stage.
We can appreciate that. I think a couple things just for kind of, I guess, maybe transparency and open communication. One, we weren't really anticipating the ask for all of our culinary shares, so that was kind of a surprise to us. And so we've been kind of trying to react to that and figure out, okay, how does that work? A couple things that, we wouldn't generally share, but those are obviously collateral as part of our loan, right? We have debt and equity in this project. Those are collateral. Like, that would be something we'd have to work out with a lender regardless of what the solution was. The second piece of that is, to McKay's point, we'd like to understand the math behind it. Giving up the fire station, we did some quick math, $10 a foot, it's $1.5 million, $1.6 million. That's real money, right? That's real money. That's money that we'd have to pay. We'd have to give that up. We'd have to pay that off to get that out of our collateral, et cetera, et cetera. As McKay said, we're willing to do that, right? That's a contribution. The water is whatever the value is. We could go through the math. I don't know what the number is. We haven't gone through it. But again, that's another thing that we would have to come up with cash, buy that out, pay that off, et cetera, et cetera. All we're trying to say is, I don't know if we have a solution or a structure, to say it's a non-starter maybe is a little aggressive. We don't have a structure that says, okay, if that works, if we do that, what does that look like on the back end? How does that work? Do the shares also support our project, in the future when you've got PI, when you've got secondary, those kinds of things? Those are some questions we have. Do we get the ability to have certificates that we get some monetary compensation for that? Like, those are questions that we have. And so I guess maybe one thing I'd throw out there is maybe it's something where we can kind of separate out these two issues and say, okay, look, we are asking, the only thing I think we're asking for is additional 162 units. If that's the issue and that's the give, then maybe we take that off the table and we say, hey, look, let's just put that off. Let's sit down. Let's talk through this. Let's figure out, we want to work with you, right? You guys have been great. We want to find a solution to it. We obviously don't have a solution to it tonight. And maybe we just decouple those two things and say, hey, look, the density's off the table. We can get going on all the other parcels. We can get going on improvements, on engineering plans, all those other things. But we're not going to get the request for the additional density tonight until we solve specifically where the firehouse is going, how that gets allocated, et cetera, and then what the water looks like. Just a suggestion.
How you decouple it, because it's a PCD amendment, right? It's
Well, you would
one
just reduce the
amendment.
density out back to what it was. I'm just trying to throw out an idea so that we can.
I think it's a great idea. I think the bigger thing is, it sounds like we need more conversation, right? I'm not saying you didn't have, I mean, you sent your proposal and we sent our proposal to you, and this is where we're at today, right? I think there's still questions, and those are the things that are in my mind right now.
And
I
again, we appreciate, sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
We appreciate that. Like I said, we were a little caught off guard, so we haven't had a lot of time to kind of analyze it and go through the rounds onto, hey, how does this physically work, logistically, monetarily, all of those things. But we absolutely want to find a solution. We recognize the importance, and Jeremy, you putting it in those terms of, hey, from an optics standpoint, that really helps. That hits home with me. Like, that matters to us. We want to help with that.
Okay, I'm going to jump in for just a minute.
Yeah.
This is good conversation, and this is a big project. We've been here for a while hashing this out.
Yeah.
We're just going to take a little 5-10 minute break.
Great.
And we'll come back and reconvene. And I know Marcus gave a handout.
Yeah.
Maybe we can pivot to that for a minute. So let's reconvene in about, actually at 8 o'clock sharp.
Perfect.
Do you want to go? With item 7A, which is a continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-24-08 to amend the existing PCD zoning located at Stuckey Farms. Todd Amberly, you were in the middle of a thought, and then I recommended that maybe Marcus give us some thoughts. So if you want to finish that, whatever thought you had there, and you're the applicant, so I'll follow your lead on this.
Fair enough, we appreciate that. So I think first of all, as I mentioned before, we don't want you to get the impression that we're trying to dodge anything, we were genuinely a little bit surprised at the ask. The red line that we sent back was our attempt to try to find some middle ground or something that we thought was there. Just to be clear on the fire station, I think we maybe Brandy was telling me it felt like maybe we were dodging that. We are 100% okay with you guys asking for that. Obviously, development agreement.
Do we have an acreage that was previously determined, 2 acres?
2 acres, yeah.
Okay, so that's the commitment is 2 acres.
And I think where McKay was going was, if you guys want to have it on the east side, you want to have it on the west side, you want to have it on the north, south, that's the part that we can all sit down and you guys can tell us where you want it. Obviously, there's impacts on one side or the other. We've got the Gardner consideration that we just have to be aware of, and we can't overstep property that he owns.
And is that the Village 19, that there's an option?
Yeah, that east side of Village 19. He actually acquired that piece from Carl. Yep, Drew's got it.
Is it an acquisition or is there an option?
So
I'm trying to remember what you said last time.
So he acquired 5 acres from Carl years ago. I don't remember when it was, but years ago he acquired a piece.
Okay.
And then they had legally very, very loose language for an option piece.
Okay.
Again, we're not trying to get into legal battles here, but
Sure.
There's a question as to whether it's a legal option or not. He would like to buy more property. We've told him we'll work with him. And again, all I'm saying is we'll just have to make sure that we accommodate that, at least the existing piece that he does own. So that's the first one on the fire station. We didn't want to dodge that. We would like, obviously, a tax credit for donation of ground. So whether it's an appraisal or whatever.
We write a letter, you determine the value. So that's how it works.
Yeah. So that was, sorry, go ahead.
You continue.
That was the first thing. The second thing was on the water. Like I said, there's a lot of considerations that release that water. One, economic considerations. 2, logistical considerations in terms of, hey, does that water come back to us when the PI system goes in? Do we get right of first refusal? I mean, there's a lot of questions that kind of came up with it. Clearly, we need some more conversation and some discussion, but we want to be really, really clear. We 100% want to work with you and figure out something there. And if it takes tonight just saying, hey, look, get rid of the ask for the density. Fire station will give you the fire station. Get rid of the density for the ask for the density. We can come back to that at a later date once we've come to a solution on how the water works. We're okay with that. We get where you guys are coming from. We understand those points and we want to be sensitive to those. And if it's just, hey, don't ask for something that you're not going to give us something else, we get that. I mean, obviously the fire station's not cheap. It's probably $1.5 million, but we're willing to do that. And I think that was it. I do think it's important to have Marcus spend 5 minutes and just go through his analysis.
That would be great. And then if you want, we can look at the development agreement, which is, I think, the term for the contract about the water. If you want to have the council look at that with the full council here, or we can do that another time. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean.
It wouldn't be the first time that our city attorney takes us through a contract line by line, and these are important considerations. So.
I think it's up to you guys how you'd like to handle it. If we're not going to come up with an agreement on the water tonight, which I don't think we are.
It doesn't sound like we are. I personally don't.
Yeah, so I would say maybe not waste everybody's time tonight.
But to be clear, I'm not going to approve anything without an agreement in place of everybody.
Fair enough.
So it's just, I don't want to been burned
no,
too
that's
many
fair.
times. And just
That's
so
fair.
you know, my opinion is I want to work with you guys too, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like we're not there yet.
Oh, fair enough.
Based between my opinion versus your opinion.
Yeah.
I don't, for protecting your shares. We just got to look at the best interest for the city on our end.
Yeah.
Let's go, if you don't mind, finish your thought first.
I was just going to say, with that being said, maybe it makes sense, have Marcus present. We can table this discussion. We can set up a separate discussion, maybe with Thad, with Councilmember Coates, anyone else that'd like to be involved. Really get down into the nitty gritty of the details of that agreement, come up with a solution and bring that back to council for final approval. That way everyone feels comfortable that we've gotten to something versus trying to negotiate it here.
I think that sounds like a great solution. I'd also like to hear the rest of the council's input on the water.
Yeah.
And let's jump in with Councilman Henderson before Marcus. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I just like to say, like, if I put my thumb over the whole water thing, I'm 100% go on it. But I have some of the same issues as Councilman Belliston. I'm just not sure how much that part of it benefits our community.
Yeah.
You know, you talk, you know, and it's a great project, except I've got some issues with that. And I know you talk about our community, but I think you're talking about your community. You know, I don't know how many people from Washington City, our community, is gonna benefit from that stuff right there. So I've got a little bit of an issue with that, you know. I mean, if I stick my thumb over it and that disappears, I love it. But when I remove my thumb and I see it,
Well, I was gonna say, that's a perfect segue, and
yeah.
you make a great point. I think I wanna make sure that we're clear. When we talk about community, we view ourselves as part of Washington City, not just our community. And we wanna be accretive to Washington City. We want the things that we do to benefit the city, not just the project. And I think hopefully that's shown in what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I think Marcus will touch base on exactly what you just said, and hopefully that was a good segue.
tell me how it benefits the city, but not the economics part of it, okay? Because that's just a small part of it. You know, the economic benefit is a part, but it's just a small part of it, our community. So-
Yeah, and, you know, I guess you could take that a couple different directions, right? Like what is a city, right? It's the residents that live within the city. Without residents, without people paying their taxes, without, you know, the community feel there, then you don't really have a city. You just have ground type situation. So, you know, it's hard to, I think, kind of separate that out too. So maybe I'll have to come to that one at the end of it, if that's okay, because I think that's kind of what this leads into, because I heard a lot of good points that were said. You know, people brought up water rates. I believe Councilmember Belliston, other people brought up affordability, you know, attainable housing, parks, open space, different things like that. The interesting thing about this development, you know, compared to what Stuckey Farms is right now, is if you go out there, you know, I'd be surprised if you could find 1 square foot of commercial in the entire place. And I think it's important, at least, to say this. Maybe some won't agree with it, but I'm a firm believer residential does not compensate cities. It doesn't pay for itself. It is subsidized by the city, right? In one way or another, whether that's through higher water rates, whether that's through higher property taxes. The revenues generated from a traditional residential community typically has to be subsidized in one form or another to pay for those ongoing services. That's what is a little bit more unique about what's being, I think, proposed in this development. And I know this is, you know, there's still the water issue. There's other things that will need to be discussed. But I just want to maybe try to help change the mindset of this not being part of the Washington City community, right? This development has the potential to help subsidize the entire Washington City community. And we'll go over some of those impacts today. But I just want to go through here, and I know, you know, we talked about a study, and this looks very short for a study. I promise you there's an entire Excel spreadsheet and everything else. I'd received some feedback that
We
people
like
don't
the Cliff Notes.
spreadsheet.
Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. This is the Cliff Notes. So, you know, the first 2 slides aren't necessarily as important. They're just identifying, again, the areas that we're identifying as part of generating this additional revenue, TRT, sales tax, so forth, the commercial, the nightly rentals, and so on. But if you want to go ahead and go to this slide, I think this is the first one I want to focus on today. And so, you know, I did like the comment, because I think it kind of puts into perspective potentially, you know, this projection of revenues too. Because, for instance, if you were to put your thumb over the Wave Park, kind of the anchor of this entire development that is essentially going to bring in all the commercial, all the short-term rentals, you could almost do the same thing to these projections and kind of put your thumb over what revenues that's going to bring to your city. And those revenues, as any city manager knows, finance director, and so forth, your sales tax is your lifeblood, period. Without sales tax revenues, a city does not succeed, unless you want to go through the fun process of truth and taxation every year. And that's the only other way that the city has the ability to generate those revenues. Obviously, you could do waters and enterprise funds and so forth, but that's really your only 2 options. We either increase our sales tax through commercial and some form of potentially short-term nightly rentals, or we go through a property tax, truth in taxation, which, in my opinion, truth in taxation is a little ineffective because it puts that same burden on somebody that makes $50,000 as it potentially does on somebody that has a higher income. So, we could get into more of the logistics of that too, but I just want to point out here that, based off the current PCD, from what I understand, and, I don't have all the details on it, you were essentially planning for soccer fields and quarter acre, large homes, different things. I have a family member that actually owns a development close to Stuckey Farms, it may actually be in that area. And those houses that they've built originally are over $800,000. Now, I'm not sure what, is considered attainable. That's not attainable for me. Now, I would imagine somebody getting out of college, that's probably not attainable for. So it does seem like a good benefit to see a nice mixture of townhomes, for sale, condos, apartments, probably something that the city's needing. And the analysis that we're running off of, more in the resort type area, that's going to be kind of the economic, engine of this entire thing. So, kind of going full circle here, looking at some of the numbers, I just want to show you the next slide too on, what does this number mean kind of directly to Washington City? Assuming these projections are, in the ballpark, we've actually left off some of the different commercial, try to show a conservative estimate on these projections. After 10 years based off these projections, over a 10-year average annual basis, this would increase based off your 2024 fiscal year sales and TRT revenues, increase your revenues almost 29%, which is a lot. That's considerable amount of revenues, an additional $2.6 million. I saw a lot of police officers here today earlier. That helps pay for their salary increases, right? That helps subsidize staff salary increases. That's the mechanism that helps you to avoid truth in taxation, which inherently affects the rest of the community. And that's simply through, approving something that could potentially bring in those commercial, short-term rentals. I promise I'm not trying to pick on you, Councilmember Henderson, so I'll start looking at this side too.
So let me ask you this.
I'll do a better job of.
So if you're saying that if we don't approve this exactly the way it is, that we're gonna have to do truth in taxation next year?
No, I'm saying you guys are doing a good job of negotiating in behalf of the city, because that's who you're representing, right? You have the city's best interest. I'm saying if Stuckey Farms built out, who knows how long the current PCD would take, there's no wave pool, but they potentially have all the lakes, so all of a sudden that's a huge negative. So there's no even agreement, which Todd and his group are trying to go through this now, and just, obviously water's important, because if the $100 million amenity fails, we can put our thumb across that sales tax as well, right? But let's say that it was the original agreement, everything that entails the ball fields, soccer fields, no sales tax on that. Let's say it's all primary residential, there's no resort, there's no wave park, so then you still have your water concerns, and then all of a sudden now the city's in the same place they were, with most other primary residential developments, where you're thinking, gosh, we have to go through truth and taxation to try to figure out how to subsidize this potentially. I'm not saying that you are definitely going to go through truth and taxation, but I'm saying having a sales tax mechanism helps prevent that, helps delay it, helps to keep potentially other rates low within your other enterprise funds. That's what I'm saying, that the economic impact of sales tax can't be stressed enough, and that's why it's so important to really hammer in on this, because at the end of the day, this community, assuming that, obviously it's pointed out they've got their challenges, some people don't maybe have faith that they're going to take up surfing and hit the waves when a wave pool's there, but at the end of the day, if it does succeed, and it does bring in the commercial, which, somebody putting up $100 million, they're going to put in a pretty big bet that that's going to happen. All of a sudden now, you get to be in a position to say, great, we have sales tax coming in. That's going to give us room to continue to do what we need to as a city without having to tax everyone on a property tax side. So that's kind of the analysis and the thought behind it.
So your assumption is that the only way to make this project a great project is through the surf pools.
All I'm saying is, based on what I've heard from the developer, based off what their studies and their analysis, they're much better at developing than I am. So, based on what I've heard, without a big anchor there, you can look at Stuckey Farms right now and say, if they were to continue that kind of pay-as-you-go, build type primary residential approach, I don't see a lot of commercial industry running down to go build out those commercial pads right now. I'm saying that this is kind of the unique idea, and somebody willing to put in $100 million up front, kind of the money where their mouth is type situation, that could benefit the city to bring in those people that are running to put in the commercial, that would give you the advantage of short-term rentals, that would give you the attainable housing, and then would put you in a situation that you can also negotiate for the water at a future time, whether that's based off density, whether that's based off other entitlements, whatever that may be. But it seems like it's a really big win compared to what they're already entitled to, which is honestly something they don't want to do because they see this vision, but also too what potentially the city council would be incentivized to do to help the city and the residents currently living in it. And that's how I view it. So it's a little bit different thing. I thought it might be good just to get a different viewpoint from, as I've been sitting there kind of listening to the different comments.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councilman Ivey.
Maybe it's a question, maybe it's a comment, but I know you've mentioned a couple of times about the 165 units. And I don't know, I'm not going to speak for the council, but I don't have a huge problem with that. My concern has always been as a council member that people know what they're buying.
Yeah.
And so if they know the density when they buy it, then that's okay, you know? So what I would say is I've heard what the council said, and I agree that, you know, the water is a concern, but I also understand that you have an entitlement that might look a lot the same. And you also have your rights to develop the way that you would like to, and we're kind of the guidance of that a little bit to get it across the finish line. But what I would suggest is that if you go and look at those 165 units that I think still need to be on the table, if that's something that you're interested in, I'm just speaking for myself, then you consider what the monetary value is in those units, which, you know, depends on how you do the math, but even if you consider you build 165 units and sell them for 400,000, you've got a $66 million. I know that's not a profit, but I'm just saying that gives us kind of a perspective of maybe of how we can find the middle ground here. Because I would really like to find middle ground on this so that the council can feel good about it. You guys can go get your shovels in the ground and get going with what you want to do. But that's my point is I think that 165 needs to stay on the table as a negotiating tool, but go look at that and see what the direct benefit is to your project, because I think that's something the council, I haven't heard, like I said, I'm only speaking for myself. I don't want to be redundant, but for me, I don't have a problem with it under the circumstances.
Yeah, and I think that's what Todd was trying to get at earlier is to say, hey, we really want to get this done tonight. The development group really wants to get started with this. Obviously, there's still questions on water. You know, that's going to probably be an ongoing thing because they probably won't know some of the answers until, you know, the wave park is moving along and everything like that. But at the end of the day, I think that's why Todd was saying, we're willing to give up today, or the development group, I'll say we just for simplicity, they're willing to give up currently, hey, we'll give you the 2 acres right now, right? We'll give you that, you know, free and clear type situation. Just let us do it as a tax write-off. If it needs to be put in the PCD amendments, just help us, allow us to move forward with this development. And obviously, there's probably going to be other things that they come back for, you know, pertaining to the water and so forth. But at the end of the day, I think that was kind of the good faith effort to say, we don't want the city walking away from this discussion tonight thinking that they haven't gotten anything. Let's give them that piece if that's what's going to make, you know, get us over the edge so that we can move forward and go from there. And it sounds like even the density, maybe Councilmember Ivey, you're not as worried about that if, you know, potentially if there's some of the value coming from it. But, you know, that's kind of what I heard just recently as well.
Wondering that, you know, I've listened to my fellow council members make some really good points, you know, because the water situation is something that we all deal with. And being born and raised here, you know, I've lived it and know it, and I think we're all very well versed in it. But I'm just, again, I don't want to be redundant, but if you look at the value that the 165 additional units would give you, how does that play towards what your end goal is regarding all this? I don't know. You know, that's a business decision that you guys have to make, and that's your right to make it. I don't want to sit up here and tell you what your business plan should be. When I bring something that works for you, that brings for the city, that's reasonable, that brings benefit and brings some sales tax. We don't want truth in taxation. I don't want to ever raise the sales tax in Washington City for our residents. I don't want to ever do that. And so we're very aware of that commercial gain that we need, because that funds at 65% where property is 35% property taxes. So we understand all that. But again, I just want to make that point that as you go back and wherever this lands tonight, and you look at that, see what the value is of that. And if that number's got to move or whatever, that's just my thought. But I'm kind of in a position where fellow council members are making some good comments, and I'm not ready to move on this. I think that it would be disrespectful to them for me to even assume that I'm ready to make a decision, because there's just things that still needs to be addressed. But it's not because I don't appreciate your efforts. I look at the list here. I look at you answered on my question about commercial build out. You talked about mixed use. You're willing to get the park within specs so it comes to city. You would make serious, definite conversations about a fire station. And we've talked a little bit about canal shares. But I understand the concessions you made, and we're kind of working towards that. I just hope that you don't go away and feel like that we're just, once you give us what we're asked for, then we're asking for more, for more, and for more. Because this is a huge elephant to bite. I mean, we've had experiences with huge projects before, and I don't know that we've made any mistakes, but it just takes a little bit to unpack that.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm at. I think I owe to you where I'm at.
Can I give you guys an analogy and then I'll shut up. I won't say anything else.
Councilman Belson.
Right? Thank you, sorry. News report that came out, and I'm with Councilman Ivy, right? Like, density doesn't scare me. I mean, there's creativity doesn't scare me. There's a lot of ways to do some projects. If you want to start looking at projects around the world that bring people in, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can go look at. But here's my analogy. There was a news report that came out a couple weeks ago that Taylor Swift, with her tour last year, had burned up so many hundreds of millions of, kilograms of carbon and all of this flying all over the place, right? But it's okay because she bought the offsetting credits. That's how this community feels about some of these projects is, if you're rich, you can go buy $1 million lot in Southern Shores and you can use water, right? If you throw enough money at it, you get the use of water, but us poor guys, we don't. And so I just think that's how this community feels about some of this stuff. That's how I feel about some of this stuff, and that's how that's the feedback I get. So that's my analogy, and with that.
I'm glad you're a Swiftie. My wife would really appreciate it.
I am not, but I got a flying buddy that puts it through the headset every time we go out, so.
Flying buddy, sure. No, Councilwoman Casterson, City Manager, your thoughts?
Dad, can I ask you a question? With the current site plan, the lakes that they have on there, would they potentially be able to use culinary water, or what was the?
For the existing entitlement you're asking?
Yeah, for the existing.
There is no restriction in the development agreement from that, but all of the entitlement process intended that those would be filled with groundwater.
Okay.
I think the clarity we've asked them to do on this is a more modern restriction. When this was initially entitled, we didn't have a water conservation ordinance. We didn't have a restriction against using culinary water for open pools like that, and so.
I don't even think we had an impact fee at that point in time, did we?
Which impact
I'm looking for
fee?
somebody old enough in here to remember. John.
Back in the Stone Ages
He's a
when I was on
Midwestern
council.
guy.
Back in the Stone Ages when I was on council, the recorder came to this meeting and wrote a summary of what was stated on each discussion point. And I don't know. I don't remember if there was an impact fee or not. But yeah, this was passed at a time when we didn't have an ordinance that even addressed water conservation or culinary water use. And so the agreement at that time doesn't do that.
Councilwoman Cashman, any other thoughts or comments?
Well, yeah, I just have similar concerns with the water, and it seems like you guys are not willing to, make it even as, like, when he was saying this, the size of the area that you have for the recreational use, it doesn't seem like you guys are willing to bend on that really. Make it even a smaller area or anything like that.
You're talking on the wave pools?
Yeah.
So that's actually an engineering question. They're actually engineered with an exact, like literally within feet, exact dimensions to create those pools. And so there's really just no flexibility whatsoever because you can't create the wave
So that
without
whole
those specific
area
dimensions.
is all needed, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the way it's designed was intentional. It wasn't like for aesthetics, it's actually for engineering purposes. All of the engineering specs that go in there, like they tried to build one in another area in another development, and it isn't open yet because of that, because they tried to change the dimensions of it, and it just, from hydrology and engineering perspective, they can't get it to work right. So it's just kind of like a little bump in the water, and they spend a ton of money and it doesn't work. And so I would say it's not that we're not willing to, it's just physically, those are the dimensions. I mean, we've had to shift stuff around to try and make everything work because of those engineering parameters that we have to adhere to.
Councilwoman, anything else? Jeremy, any thoughts, any wisdom from the manager's seat?
I don't know if I have any wisdom, but I have some thoughts. I want to make sure I go on the record, everybody recognizing I don't dislike this project at all. In fact, I like this project. And I've spent, I don't know how many hours we've spent working on this, a year plus. And I love the economic impact if they're able to do what they want to do. That's huge for the city. That's another one of those things that we line up that help bring that sales tax in at a time that we need it to continue our city. So I understand all of that. It's taken me a long time to get to the idea that we can sell this concept of the surf pools to our residents and to others, and that's probably the most difficult part of the project. If it was something other than water, I don't think we'd even be having the discussion. So I've enjoyed working with this group, and they're a good group, and I have no doubt that if they say they'll work with us in the future, that we will. And we've had a good working relationship that way. But I understand the concerns and the comments that have been given. We will be here explaining why we didn't approve or did approve. And either way, we have to help people understand that water is important in our area and all the things that we're doing. But this would be a water conscious project as well. And that's harder to do when you're flying over the top of it. It looks like a lot of water. I get that. So that was a long way of saying I like the project, and I also recognize the challenges.
Would it be helpful, maybe, it sounds like potentially we'll be, at a future meeting here.
Speak right into that mic.
I'm sorry, thanks, Mayor. I know maybe kind of having just strictly on the water, it seems like that seems to be the biggest, impediment at this point. Having just, we can say conservation, less water usage and so forth, but maybe that would also be helpful, as residents, maybe ask about this too, kind of a fact sheet on really these lakes and conservation kind of going hand in hand. Obviously, it may not be the conservation of just paving it over and, and getting rid of it, but helping them understand that this really is better, at least use as far as conservation goes than soccer fields. Not knocking soccer fields, but, showing that there is less use than a golf course and so forth. I mean, is that the type of stuff that as we prepare for the next meeting, we could have?
Let me be clear on me.
Yep.
I don't need that data.
Okay.
I know that data. I've ran that math. I don't need that data.
I thought it just might be helpful as you're looking at your residents or if they're asking you, because it seems
Well,
like that seems to be a lot of the.
We're not talking about the residents that are here today because there's residents here, but there's not a lot of residents.
Yeah.
I'm talking in 2 years when it gets built and you have water in it and someone's beating down my door saying, why'd you approve this? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So, and you have to justify or else you don't end up being back up here, right? Yeah. And that's fine too. It's a tough job, but you have to make tough decisions. And I do it because I love the community and I want the best for the community. Do I think it's a good project? I do think it's a good project. Just feel like we need to work together to get a little more to make the community as a whole. When I talk community, I talk Washington City, not this development as a single thing. That's all I'm saying.
Do you feel like we're heading in the right direction? Is that, from based off this meeting, it feels like we've gotten good feedback, but it seems like we're.
I think it all depends on what you come back with.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying you have all the answers today. I don't have all the answers, but I mean, I'll be straight. I'm inclined to table it till next meeting, and hopefully by then we can have a resolution and we have our contract figured out and it's in our packet and everyone can agree upon it. And at least there's 3 votes to move forward.
Council, what do you think about Councilman Coates' idea of maybe throwing out a table for 2 weeks and trying to work through some of the water issues?
No, we're good with that.
Council, just
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Go ahead.
We table item, where are we at?
7A.
7A, zone change Z-24-08, to amend the existing PCD to the following council meeting,
Which is January 22nd.
which is January 22nd.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates to table this item for 2 weeks to our next meeting. Is there a second? Motion going
Mayor-
once, going twice.
Mayor, I'm inclined to second that because I think we need to continue the conversation to where we're at, so I'll second it.
I have a motion to table by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Ivy. I'm going to go ahead and call for a roll call vote. It would take 3 votes in order to table this item. Anything short of that would just have to come back to the council for an alternate motion. We'll start with Councilmember Henderson.
Nay.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Nay.
Belliston.
I don't think it's a contract issue. I think it's a redesign. So I would vote nay.
Okay, that motion fails. I'll turn to the council for further discussion and/or an alternate motion.
I'll make that motion. I make the motion that we deny the PCD amendment and go back to the drawing board. I mean, I would like to work with you to do a redesign down there in a new project, but it's gonna take a redesign for me.
So, Councilman Bellison, you made a motion to deny, and then just on your basis, I know PCD is negotiated zoning, but my attorney is gonna ask for a reason.
For the basis, because I think it needs a significant reduction in water.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there a second on Councilman Bellison's motion?
Second.
Okay, we'll go roll call on, this is a motion to deny Alea. Roll call vote, Councilmember Coates. Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
Item 7A does not pass as it was presented. I guess we're back to the drawing board. We'll move on to the next item. Item 8, annual business. 8A, this is consideration to approve the 2025 annual meeting schedule. Council, you've seen that in your packet, and it's consistent with what we've done in 2024. Any discussion and/or a motion? I would make the motion to approve it, but I can't do that. Motion to approve is, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the 2025 meeting schedule? I have a motion to approve the 2025 meeting schedule by Councilman Bellison. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting schedule is approved unanimously. We're going to keep moving right along here. Item 8B, this is consideration to approve the 2025 council member assignments.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adjustments are made. Item 9, appointments. 9A, consideration to confirm the appointment of the 2025 Mayor Pro Tem. I'm recommending Councilmember Kurt Ivy. Any discussion and/or motion?
Mayor, motion that we approve Councilman Ivy as the Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 9B, this is consideration to approve, to confirm the appointment of a member of the Planning Commission. It is my recommendation that we reappoint Commissioner Latai Tupo for another 3 years, and that we fill the alternate seat from now through December 31st, 2025, with Merrill Davis, as you've seen in the memo that I put in your packets. Is there any discussion on that? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
So Mayor, my only discussion is I've never met Merrill Davis, and we usually do. I'm not saying I'm again, I just don't know him, and usually it's, we do a little interview. I'm not saying nothing, just 5 minutes to meet them.
Did the recorder share the packet? I could invite him to the next,
I'm not saying I
Councilor
can't go
meeting.
meet him, I'm just saying I thought that was our protocol, is to.
We've done it a few different ways over the years. We didn't have very many applicants. We did have a last-minute applicant, but I already finished up my work with the recorder, and I feel really good about Merrill Davis. He's been to council meetings. You've met him, Councilman Henderson. I feel comfortable with it.
I'm not saying I'm not, I'm just talking procedure-wise. I mean, we've been through this before. I thought that we were going to meet them at least and move this up on the agenda so they're not here all night, but.
Yeah, we've done it different ways.
Councilman Henderson, that's his assignment. Do you know this gentleman that we're talking about?
I've met him, yeah.
How would you feel about?
Just so I'm clear, I don't have a problem with it. No.
Would you feel okay about moving forward on my, on giving advice and consent for this appointment, and then maybe on the next one, I'll invite, if we have a bigger pool, to come and present before the council?
That's all I'm asking, is that we meet him before even 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking.
Merrill Davis is his name.
Who is, I don't know.
So he's a Utah State grad. He's a retired businessman. He lives up near Lions Head in Green Spring area. I met him because he was attending Planning Commission meetings, asked Councilman Henderson, express some interest, and so I interviewed him months ago. And then when the appointment, the notice went out in the newsletter, he applied again. We had a handful of other applications, literally less than a handful, just a few. And then at the last minute, I had another handful of another individual that I knew, but I'd already felt like Merrill Davis would be the right guy. It is the alternate position. Currently, the alternate position's vacant. I do value your advice and consent on it, so I think what I might recommend is we appoint Merrill into that alternate seat down there for now, and now on the next one, I'll get them in front of the council. We can have a group consensus
Do
on
you have
that.
any development experience or?
Business experience, but not directly construction or development. His resume would have been in your packet, and on the memo, I asked you to reach out if you had any questions prior to the meeting, but.
My only thing is I always like to meet someone in person. So
I think you'll be very impressed, and I'm happy to do that on the next appointment. Like I said, again, right now, we didn't fill the alternate role.
Mayor, I'll make a motion, we approve those appointments.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. I have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Bellison. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll maybe invite him to come and introduce himself anyway, and then we'll get him in front on the next one. The next item is to planning, item 9C. This is consideration to confirm the appointment of the 2025 Planning Commission Chair. It's my recommendation that Pete Bullock continue to serve as Chair of the Planning Commission.
Mayor, I think I will recommend approval on that. Make a motion to approve that.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Go ahead.
Where's the second? Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
That's approved unanimously. We'll continue on here. Item 9D. This is consideration to confirm the appointment of a member to the Power Board. I am recommending the reappointment of Mark Hauser and Andy Palmer, both beginning January 1st, 2025, both ending December 31, 2027.
Mayor, I'll make that motion. Those are great gentlemen. They do a great job on the Power Board. I'll make a motion that we approve them for the Power Board.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Hauser, Mr. Palmer are both reappointed. Item 9E, consideration to confirm the 2025 Power Board Chair. I'd like Michael Dinsmore to continue in that role.
Mayor, I'll make that motion as well. He has been on there since the beginning, I'm pretty sure, and he does as the chair.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved unanimously. Item 9F, this is consideration to confirm the appointment of a member to the Historic Preservation Commission. I would like to reappoint Gail Bunker for a term of January 1, 25 to December 31, 27. Happy to entertain a motion to that effect.
Motion, Mayor?
Have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Item 9G, this is consideration to approve the appointment of the 2025 Historic Preservation Commission Chair. I recommend that former Mayor Ken Nelson continue to serve as chair through the end of 2025. Happy to entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Bellison. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Item 10, resolutions. This is consideration to approve a resolution designating a representative to serve on the Administrative Control Board of Washington County Special Service District Number 1. It is my recommendation that Councilmember Coates continue to serve on the Administrative Control Board of the Washington County Special Service District. As you know, that he also serves as the chair of the executive committee and does a great job for the landfill that is in our city. Will somebody
Can I ask something
make
about
that
that?
motion? Yes.
Can we do interviews for that? I would like to have an
do it.
interview with Councilman.
So I have to ask because I don't think you want to do an interview with me. You might not keep me on the board. But I have to ask, I think Tara's back there. Did we change this to be continuous until, so this, we had to do this every year, but our goal was, hey, I'll do it until you guys tell me I can't do it anymore, kind of a deal.
Wonderful. And
As
that's
you-
how the
as you-
resolution's written.
So as you appoint me every year for my position on that board, that's what I do. So we don't have to do this thing again.
I'll make the motion that you continued that for your life.
My life on the council.
For life on the council.
Life on the council.
Is my life.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson. You can't second it.
I'll second it, Mayor. Thank
Councilmember
you.
Ivy with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
I can
Any
say aye to that.
opposed?
A quick question, though.
Passes
It's a
unanimously.
special service district, not a solid waste district?
Washington County Special Service District Number 1.
Okay.
A mouthful.
It's the way that they just allocate it because it is a special service district. Like it's the Washington County Solid Waste Landfill, but it's a special district, so we have to follow the state rules on the special district. Just curious.
Continuing on with item 10, resolutions. 10B, consideration to approve a resolution amending the master fee schedule. City Recorder Tara Pence. Any questions for the city recorder, or are you comfortable with the fee schedule as presented in your packet?
Mayor, just one quick comment. The only one I see is short-term rentals have gone from 100 to 200. Is there any other additional?
The golf went way up.
Got the golf, yeah, let's see.
Did I get it wrong, Tara?
There's some golf changes. Do you want me to address that, or do you?
So the golf.
Jeremy wants to address the golf.
If you look at the golf one though, if you look at the mandatory cart, used to be separated. So now the mandatory cart is not a separate fee, it's actually just in the fee.
What?
They had it separated out, so they had the whole fee schedule. If you look how it was previously on the updates, they had the whole fee schedule, and then down at the bottom, it said mandatory golf cart rental fee. We took that off and just included the mandatory golf cart fee as part of the actual fees.
Can I ask why they did that? Because nobody
Because
was walking?
Because it's mandatory to pay for the golf cart anyway.
Yeah.
Even,
I think so.
To play, we don't encourage walking. It just takes too long. We have way too many people trying to golf to have somebody walking the course. It's too long and too walkable.
so you're discouraging walking on a golf course to get out and play.
It's great, but we have so much play that we want more people to be able to participate, and by doing so, you need to drive a cart.
You've seen the video. Jeremy's seen
I have. That would have been my highest YouTube or TikTok video if you would have let me put it up.
So are our high school kids at a reduced rate?
In fact, I don't want to say it here, but
You don't have to.
very, very reduced.
I just want to make sure that they're taken care of.
They get treated very well by the golf course.
I don't want to discourage physical activity, but if your golf staff feels like that's what we need to do to keep ourselves working, then I guess okay.
If you want to walk, go to Red Hills, go to some of the shorter, easier to walk courses, but ours is not one.
So now you're being prejudiced, people who want to walk.
Some of us just jog while we golf.
Shut up so we can get through this night.
Any other questions for the recorder in regards to the master fee schedule?
I have one.
Let's hear it.
Councilman Belliston.
Short-term rental fee.
Yes.
What went into it to double it?
So
Because I hear about this.
I know
right?
you do. So aside from the fact that we did an assessment for all of the other ones and we were like severely lower, they are taking so much time during renewals. They're actually taking more time to do a renewal than in the initial application because what we have to collect. And we do have the occasional person that's really great and gets us their stuff fast and we can get it through. But about 90% of them is just like hours going into a renewal to try to get them done. So for the amount of time we're having to get the renewals done, we just.
I didn't give you any hard time.
You did
when
not. I know you
paid
didn't.
both of
And
mine.
I'm telling you, there's some people that are really great and get them done and we can get them through fast, but for the majority of them, they are just taking, just a ton of time to get them done.
So it's all the bad actors make
Yeah.
my fees go up.
Unfortunately, and the regulation on it, it's taking a lot more for those, unfortunately.
Okay.
But we tried to keep it a little bit, we didn't want to be like, some of the cities are charging like an application fee for them and then like $400 plus inspections. We didn't want to be that bad, but we wanted to at least be able to somewhat cover the cost of the renewal.
The legislative changes, you're gonna have a lot more licenses coming, so. Huh?
It's gonna be great.
We'll just wrap her up in red tape and give her some dull scissors to cut through it. All right, council, anyone want to take a stab at a motion on the 2025 master fee schedule?
So moved.
Have a motion to approve by Councilmember Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Tara. The master fee schedule for 2025 is approved unanimously. We are down to item number 11, which is report of officers from assigned committees. Leadoff batter, Councilman Troy Belliston.
All my assigned committees had great Christmases.
Great.
That's it.
Councilman Henderson.
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor, thanks.
Councilman Coates.
Mayor, my committees did not take Christmas break like Councilman Belliston's did, and I've been working diligently on the solid waste. And I know I promised you guys a picture and I totally forgot until just now, so I apologize. I will try to remember next time, but as far as that goes, CIB funding is 1st of February, and then I'll let you know where we're at. We're looking at.
We're calling that phase 3?
Phase 3, so I apologize. I'll try to email you the group, that exhibit. But on the power board, we met on Monday, and coming to the council will be the impact fee analysis. It's not as bad as I anticipated, which is good. So it's a plus. The impact fees are going up. We're still the lowest in the county, even with our raise of it. But our infrastructure is definitely, it's not as expensive because I think we have a lot of it in, and we're getting close to build out on our side of the community. So, I mean, that we do have some increases, but it was not near as much as I anticipated with how much I've seen the rates or the cost for equipment go up. So I was happy to see what we saw. And we're still lower than the majority out there right now. So that's my report.
Thank you. Councilman Ivey.
Big news out of the legislature is they're gonna try really hard this year to end daylight savings. We'll see if they can get that done. And I'll save the rest for later. We've been here long enough.
Thanks, Councilman Ivey.
I'll keep mine short as well. But I thought something that was interesting, we had our active transportation meeting and we have trail counters, and since September, we've had 80,000 users on the trails. And so they're well used, so you don't have to go to the golf course to get your walking.
Get your steps
Yeah.
in.
You could just go on the trails. And I'll end with that.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just give, water's been a topic all afternoon and evening. The bad news is that our snowpack is 30% of average for this time of year. And we have a relatively low soil moisture rate or level, so that's bad news. The good news, our reservoirs are still relatively full, which means at this pace, we're okay for the summer. And the even better news is we still have February and March, which can oftentimes in this area bring the storms and the snowpack that we need. So that's my report on water. And then I have one more thing that I'd just like to talk to the council. I've had a couple of you I've talked to you about, we had a great presentation in our work session about the secondary water irrigation master plan. I'm wondering if anybody has any concerns with bringing that to the regular meeting on the 22nd for a vote. I think that will allow us to move forward. Does anybody have any concerns with bringing the secondary water irrigation master plan to the regular meeting for a vote in 2 weeks? I felt like it was too. I didn't want to rush it.
Mayor, that's approving the plan, but that's not setting up a utility or creating any impact fee or anything.
That's
like
right.
that. Yeah. Okay.
That's right. And
Exactly.
yes, and in conversation with Councilman Coates over the break too, that allows us to have better conversation with the water district. And I think in concept, we all really appreciated the concept. So I'll bring that back then for further discussion and a vote in 2 weeks. And that's all I have. Next item of business. Item 12, city manager report. What you've all waited for all night is this moment right here.
Only if he tells us how his trip was.
Trip was amazing. It was great. So if anybody wants to go to Mexico, we'll put you on the schedule next time. I drove to Mexico, so I'll have to tell you about it offline. I don't think all of our fans on YouTube need to hear about it, but I'll tell you about it.
Did you
later.
take the Tesla?
No, I didn't take the Tesla. It would take a little too long, but we had a really good economic development meeting today. It was the Utah Alliance for Economic Development, so we had all of the economic developers really from the state of Utah here, and it was a very impressive meeting. Rusty did a great job. We had it in our new Heritage Hall, fantastic facility. I mean, that is going to be a real credit to the city. So I'm excited for all those things, but there's a lot happening in Washington City. I think I let everybody know on the council, we've sold our first new car in Washington City at the Findlay Hyundai dealership. That happened the end of 2024. So we recognize the need for sales tax. We recognize all these things, and these things are lining up. And so I don't want it to feel like we aren't just doing a great job with a lot of these things, and that's because of the foresight of this council and the other economic development things that I kind of pointed out in my email. But Rusty did a great job. It was really impressive, and it was a good chance to showcase Washington City to the entire state. So really good. It was here because Rusty's on the board, and so they have 3 meetings a year, and they spotlight a certain city, and she was able to spotlight Washington City, and it was quite impressive. Councilman Belliston spoke on a panel about Exit 13. Sitla talked a little bit about Warner Valley. I mean, just a lot of really good rapid fire information in that meeting. Mayor was able to welcome everyone and talk about the history of our city, but I think that really positive things are happening in our city. So that's my report.
Thanks, Jeremy. Christmas came a little late this year, but thankfully, we do not have need for closed session tonight. So the last item is adjournment. I'll call for a motion. A motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor? We are adjourned.